Iadias, the Roof of My Heavens. Introduction. Hello. I'm so glad you're here. I want to tell you what you're about to listen to. I went on a 6-month spiritual journey because I wanted to discover God through new eyes. Everything I knew had been taught to me by other men and women. I went in search of that which has been hidden from those men and women, and I found it. Now I'm free. I journeyed alone, openly and honestly, and with a pure heart. I wish to share it. Come with me. I invite you to repeat that journey so that you too can know what has been hidden and be free also. We will start at the beginning and go short distances at a time. It is the same journey I went on, the exact words, the exact order. If you already know God, you will love Him more. Even if you think there is no God, or that God is only an idea in people's heads, these are the most supreme thoughts you could carry to live an abundantly rich and fulfilling life. There will be times when you will feel lost, like I did, as if in a mist. Don't worry. All of it is beautiful and good and clean. Just as sunlight opens the flower, the mist will lift and all will become clear to you. You will understand better who you are and why you are, where you came from and where you are going. All this uncomplicated by traditional threats and punishments, without hoping or wishing, and without conflicting tales, and the demand that you set aside your intelligence. When we arrive, you will be free knowing how precious you are, how incredibly loved you are, and how beautiful you are. Come with me on this journey to the roof of my heavens. Relax. Close your eyes. We are in no hurry. Engage your mind. This is where we begin. I am thinking, dreaming. My mind searches my heart, and my heart pushes up words to the roof of my heavens. And I am thinking, praying. I am thinking, being. What is heard is not my breathing. It is the winds of my soul, for I am praying, being. I am praying, burning. Thoughts of the great love seduce me more than the visage of the most beautiful woman. And I am praying, burning. I am praying, thanking. From within the white flame of the nearest star, I look into the universe as a great sea. It is unable to put out the fire, and I am praying, yearning. I am the white flame of the nearest star, and I look unto the abyss as a great sea. It is unable to put out the fire. I am less than nothing within 5 nothings beneath the breath of azure and the golden tooth within the mouth of God. And yet He speaks my name. And I am praying, dreaming, weeping. The great door opens and calls to me, beyond which is everything nothing, and I am drawn to the abyss, praising the munificence of the one love. I am praying, praying, praising. The deepest passage within is bejeweled by the eternity of night and its twinkling stars. But the passage from without is outside, beyond the darkness, where the stars are like diamonds in the snow. The night stars glow within the mouth of God. The white night, where the stars are as diamonds in the snow, is his mind. Do not despise the senses, the gifts from God that separate us from the totality of his oneness. The barriers of perception are passing. Instead, love the gift. The gift giver waits with anticipation with even greater gifts for those who receive his love with love. Who knows the generosity of the great love? He who knows the generosity of the great love is generous himself. The great giver gives us the gift that takes us outside his bosom. The great giver gives us breath, and the great giver takes away this breath and takes us back within his bosom. Before we breathe, we are the breath of God. When we breathe, we are his expression. Unconscious before breath, we are the breath of God. Breathing, we are his conscious extension. Unbreathing, we reside within the bosom of God. Breathing, we press against him. Unbreathing, we are undefined love itself. Breathing, we are the defined expression of love. We stand behind the glass of our flesh and look out and long for God who presses his eye to the glass of our flesh and looks in and loves. All of our being is our soul, and all of our soul is our being. From within we press against the glass of our flesh and long to be with God. Within the glass of our flesh, where God's light does not flow, there is not life. The glass of our flesh is the stylized stained glass of God through which penetrate his rays. What light does he get back? God is both the source of light and the stream of light that streams through the glass of our flesh. God looks in to see himself, and once discovered, laughs with love. Once discovered, laughs the joyous laugh of love. To see one's self in the glass is joy. To see one's self through the glass is love. So it is for both God and man. To breathe God's breath is to breathe love. To not yet be, or to be no longer, is to be his breath. We live in the mouth of God. Hear his word. Let him swallow you into his belly and know the twinkling of his stars in the vast night. And if he swallows you, nourish him and be energy for his vast thought. Be the thought of God and experience the whiteness of night where the stars are like diamonds in the snow. We are the energy of His thought. We are the sparks of His thoughts, the candlelights of night flickering like stars in the mind of God. How radiant is the love of God that shines its light through the glass of our flesh. Open, God's mouth is azure blue, and the sun His golden tooth. Closed, God's mouth is darkness, and we smell the dankness of His workings. The glass cracks. Thank God! We are the candlelights of night, flickering, displaying, ignited by the thought sparks of God, radiant and praying. Precious little flames that burn and hardly sound, fragile tiny silks of light and darkness around. By my light through the glass I see the great love of God winking back at me. I am praying, longing. Like a stream through a willing pasture, ideas of the one love flow through me endlessly, lazily, joyously, and I am thinking, praying. The thought of the one love is that which stirs me in the night, turning my dreams to heaven, laughing my being closer to the glass, secreting messages of communion and intimate desires through unknown passages, celebrating the magnificence of the one breath, loving the gift of acknowledgement and being. I should sleep forever within the glass and awake when it is shattered. There is not antithesis to the one love, for its limitless boundaries are folded within itself. Its inside is upon it, and its outside is within. Ensconced within this glass, I know Thee. Ensconced within this gracious glass, I see Thee. Ensconced within this precious glass, I love Thee. Ensconced within this wondrous glass, I pray Thee pour me out and drink me, that I may be within the one love boundless, and not beside it defined. Mixed within the deserted winds of my soul is the pounding of my heart upon the glass, an offering of noise that I pray is music to His ears. The meager padding of my heart childishly mimics the symphony of the one heart. Love is the geometry of the universe. The geometry of the one love is all existence. The balance of the universe is the one love. The geometry of God is unfathomable wisdom. If I were a star in heaven, I might be something, but I am only I. It is the love of the greatest one that illuminates me. It is His love which grants me notice. My love wells up from my heart and crashes upon my chest. Shall I never unbind my love? Will it never rinse upon my outer flesh and greet the great sea to be lost and known in the same forever moment of time? The only essence that leaks out trespassing my flesh are tears from inadequacy. What gift is this to one who is the quintessence of love? I am humbled, humbled to be, humbled to be known. Gratitude transcends my shores. For that I am not inadequate. Gratitude is all I have to give that knows no boundaries, cottons no glass. I set that free like pure pigeons released from their cage. Aloft they carry my innermost, manageable message. Rising, they become joy, the manifest gratitude of my heart, the gift upon heaven's doorstep. The Great One knows my joy. Each beat of my heart is 1,000 pigeons. My pigeons are in flight. See the patina of their wing? It is like luminous silk in the night. Relentless, they climb into the heavens far beyond my sight, and coo and chatter, ascending, laughing, until vanished into love, and are one with the white light. And my joy falls back from heaven to kiss me in the night. Good night. I am loving sleeping. From my heart 1,000 whispers like angels ascend to the heavens. I love thee. Tonight I am thinking, praying in a clear light that has been laid before me, emanating from a distant point, broadening as it arrives, spreading out before me like a carpet of gold, and I wonder about the point, from whence it shines, how far away it might be, and why it sheds its light upon me. I feel its warmth. The glass is thin. The door is open. It calls to me. What is most valuable to me, myself, I would give up to be lost in the sea of love. That which we all share in common and that which originates from the same source, the definition that is life, I would allow to lay down, dissolve, if it might disperse and delude, commingling in abandon with the oneness of the great love. But it is my definition that is the expression of the one love. It is my breath that has been breathed apart and yet within the one breath. I volunteer the loss of definition to become awash in the sea of love. I fear not the loss of definition at the end of my time, but I covet the gift of breath, and I adore the giver of the gift, and therefore I embrace this definition of I am, and listen for the clearer vision. God stands alone. I stand alone. I stand within no man. God stands within me. and I kneel within him. Yesterday, tens of hundreds of sparrows flew near me, rapturously playing, heedless of me. Heedless. That was enough for me, and my heart was warmed. I pray that as I move, my flesh pressed fully against the glass, in the glass others see the reflection of the face of the Lamb, the one love, distinctly. The mesh of the past and the mesh of the future and the mesh of the present, all finely woven and porous, undulate and pass one through the other in untimed rhythm, blending all time, confusing the psyche, and putting to dance the heart that it might sway and swing to the greatest syncopation, the beat of the one heart. Urgencies of the future, shadows of the past, and the distractions of the now all pale and fade. What is left is the sound of the distant love glowing nearer, nearer. Listen to the still moment. It is richer than all treasures past and becoming. When the still moment comes, the glass goes. In the still moment is eternity unmeasured and without context. In the still moment is the active passive of the everything nothing. In the still moment is lost found. In the still moment is found lost. In the still moment is the open palm of God's right hand and the open palm of God's left hand. In the still moment is the untimed beat of the heart of the one love. In the still moment, weeping and laughing are one. In the still moment, one is humbled beyond exaltation. In the still moment, one transcends prayer. In the still moment, one's breath and adoration are at once of one definition. Within one's self, the one love must be heard to be seen, then emotively felt to be touched. In that place, one goes as to a garden and cannot be found. All praise to God. I am praying, singing. All praise to God. He reaches in within the glass. I am in the night, and yet my pupils are not negress pools, but black pinpoints poked in the hazel of my eyes. It is cold tonight, and yet I do not chill, for I am burning. It is the sun, the exquisite, horrible, magnificent sun. I cannot remove it from my thoughts. It is brilliant and terrible, illuminating my face, heating up my veins, expanding my vessels, enlarging my heart until I think my heart might become its own exploding sun. To look away is only to see the sun anew. To close my eyes is only to feel its heat in the coolness of these eyes. To go inward is to find the sun, for everywhere, forever, is the sun fixed. Ravishing, radiant, glorious sun, you haunt me. You are not before my eyes. You are not behind my eyes. You are in my eyes, my damnable, insignificant, unworthy eyes. You shine within me. You shine upon me as if I am the only grain of sand on this vast shore. I am the sand, and nothing but sand, a small, worthless grain of sand, absorbing your heat, reflecting your light, known only by your generous shining. Oh, to be loved as a grain of sand by the sun. Oh, to be loved, to be warmed, to be celebrated in the heart of the sun. This sun, do not stop shining upon me. Pale the planet's sun and engulf the moon. It is dark out tonight, and it is cold, but I have the sun. I cannot speak. The heat steals my words. My tears turn to vapor and rise up into the heavens in gratitude and humble wanting. I cannot bid good night to such light. And though I must sleep, I carry the light to bed. I am aching for the profound love of a profound sun. I am sleeping, blinding, and in the morning I awake in love with the flowering sun. Into the simple flows the profound. Into the simple heart flows the profound heart. Into the simple vessel flows the endlessness of profound love. The simple vessel defined, where does the endless go? Through the simple vessel defined flows the endlessness of profound love. The heart leaps at the sound of the current of the profound love, but it is the mind to which the endless love flows. Poor heart, relegated to observer of the supreme love. Poor heart, the pedestal upon which the mind stands elevated above the heart to better reach the heavens. Poor heart, mimicker of the profound heart, the muted, muffled beat that absorbs the pounding of the heart of all. How small to be imitator, how exalted to be noticed. Poor heart, the inadequate container, the beating chalice. Most honored suppliant, rejoice! Though the great love flows to the mind, you are bathed in its wine, for you are the percussion that begs the simple mind's notice in the universe's vastness. Without your beggar's beat, where might the mind be found? Without your simple rhythm, the mind might not be contained. And where would the senses be? And without the senses, where might love exist defined? Heart, poor heart, praise the piteous heart. Were it not for its dimension, it might have been the channel through which the infinite river flowed. How blessed the mind, the formless, boundless, armless mind, that in its lack of pretense heralds the one love without presumption to contain, but simply provides endless prairies of space through which the vast wind might blow. Neither designation nor destination, corridor nor chalice. The mind is simply for love. It is the beauty of the mind which conceives the poetic heart, but it is the organ of the heart upon which the mind stands. The heart is man's pedestal which supports creation's trophy, the mind, by which the great love is perceived and the great love received. I am sitting, waiting for the train to come, waiting for the train to come. Because I think the train is coming, I think the train is coming. It is in the heart of the need for love that I think the train is coming. I am sitting praying for the train yet come, praying for the train yet come. Because I pray the train is coming, I pray the train is coming. It is in the heart of the need for love that I pray the train is coming. I am kneeling, gazing at the stars that are like diamonds in the snow. The snow is melting, and there are diamonds at my feet. I no longer pick the stars from the sky. The snow is melting. The stars are at my feet. I am praying, thinking of the great God come, thinking of the great God come. Because I pray the great God come, the great God comes. It is in the heart of the need for love that the great God comes. I am swimming, breathing, in the great snow melted that splashes and is heaven. Because the great God loves, I swim inside his heaven. It is in the heart of the need for love that I swim in God's great love. I am swimming, praying in the melted snow of heaven, swimming in the heart above, star diamonds down below. Glowing in the incandescent love, diamonds shine up at me. It is in the melted snow of God, in His sea of love, that I swim above the stars. I am praying, desiring to thank the great God come. Desiring to thank the great God come. Because of the greatness of God's love, the great God does love me. It is in the heart of the need for love that I weep at the great God's love. The mind is not for the tales of love. The mind is for love. The mind is for love. I am praying grateful for the poetic heart that longs communion with inviolate love. My heart devours space, my arms embrace the sea, but I am nothing's nothing till I have mingled loves with thee. I am dreaming, being. There are whispered words. There are whispered words I have heard that want to speak out from deep inside about love not embraced by arms nor love held in hands, but about love nestled within and cradled inside the human organs. And I am praying, dreaming. I am rattling my shoulder blades, shaking my bones, drawing eddies of essence through channels and veins, splashing pools of blood on the walls of my heart, leaving puddles of water and flame. Pulling, pushing, ebbing, flowing, stroking the silk of a beautiful mind, knowing, exhaling my insides through my pounding fingertips, all to reach out into the night and to call out, love, love in the heavens, come out tonight. I am holding something. I am embracing an idea inside, not with my hands or my arms, but inside, wrapped within the warmth of my organs. I am undoubting, dreaming. I am amongst the one love, noticed. Oh, to be noticed, to be held within the eyes of love, to be looked upon, gazed at, searched for, seen through, to be within the vision of love. I am in the vision of the one love interblended, and when I undoubt this and look into those eyes, I am amazed and humbled at the reflection I see. For looking into the eyes of love am I. I am undoubting amongst the one love. I am loving, reasoning. Before the beginning was always the idea of God, unmanifest, before the void, before the zero, in the time before breath. In the time before breath was love unmanifest, and harmonic, effortless, energyless non-presence. In the time before the void, the time before physics, in the time before energy could neither be destroyed nor created, in the time of energy unmanifest, in the time before the birth of energy, in the time when energy was but a tangent, an aspect of the idea, the great idea, the idea of the God unmanifest, before the void, before the zero. The idea of the unmanifest, of love, did not breathe into being via the use of inhale, for the idea of the unmanifest contained the idea of all energy in all its aspects, needing not to inhale into existence from non-existence. The great idea became manifest in the manifest void, the zero, then one, by exhaling from its non-existent lungs. Thus the great idea from before time, in the pre-void, from before zero, became manifest, became zero, then one, became love known. And the great exhale of the idea of God, the effortless, energyless non-presence of the ever-being one love, God manifest, the known, the heart-beating breath of God, transmigrated from non-existence before time to the void and the zero, and non-time into existence in time. From the pre-time, the harmonic of total being exhaled. In that moment, the harmonic of total being became the prime mover, passing from before and through zero and the void into the beginning of time and energy and space manifest. The unmanifest idea of the total being, of God, the harmonic, in pre-existence, in the pre-void before zero, before time, before energy, the potential love exhales, not inhales, having contained all energy unmanifest in its aspect, and in that exhale began breath. And concurrent with the beginning of breath, simultaneous to the moment, the harmonic of the total being transmigrated from non-existence before zero into the void, and zero, then existence, and one becoming the manifest prime mover, the manifester of time, in the tempo of love's breath, and the manifester of energy from pre-void into the potential, in the void, and in zero, to the kinetics of the universe extant, the known. The one love is, and was, before time, and now, manifested as one known, and as the prime mover, i.e., undestroyable energy, shall always be, even unto the end of time. For time manifest is measured in the tempo of the breath, the breathing of the one love. Please, God, let me see wisdom as reflected in the eyes of God. Let me know love as refracted by the joy of tears. Angelful carnivals of the human psyche, I am delicately balancing on a two-eyed bike. Angelful carnivals of the human psyche, travel me to wherever you'd like, for it is such a delicate act, balancing between reaching and receiving, desperately desperate in desperate love. I am yearning, praying, bleeding. I love, and the glass cracks, and the glass is not a container as hitherto thought. The glass is a window. I love, and the window cracks. The window cracks, and love interblends. I am dreaming, seeing. Before time. Synonyms for God: unmanifest God, effortless God, the idea of God, love unexpressed, undefined love unexpressed, harmonic totality of being, reality unmanifest, quiet mind, sleeping essence, the hidden, profound love. In. Pre-existence, non-existence, before the void, before zero, before breath, before energy, before space. Is. Unknown, potential, unknown. For there is nothing before the beginning except the idea of God. Profound love, unexpressed, unknown, unexercised, the idea. Then the beginning, the first action. God exhales. From, before the beginning, before zero, before time, before energy, before space, non-existence, unmanifest God, idea of God, unexpressed love, undefined love, God unknown. Becoming, breath, in the beginning, beating heart of matter, the void, zero, time begun, energy, space, universe, existence, manifest God, love expressed, defined love, God known, then one, reality. What is secreted is whispered in poignance and heard in humility and honesty. We are expressions of the manifested God. We are in existence. Perhaps at death we return to non-existence, return to the idea of God, return to the hidden ante-room of God, return to the effortless, energyless, unmanifested God. No. Because the God manifest is love expressed, and once expressed it cannot be nullified, just as energy cannot be destroyed. We cannot return to non-existence because we cannot elliptically return to before time unless there is a tie to quantum mechanics and we can leap from time to non-time through the regression of history to the beginning and then before the beginning. In this case, we would have moved from the idea of God, ourselves unmanifested ideas or aspects of God, through existence, then into the flesh, and then back through time to before time, returning to non-existence, back into the realm of the mind of God, when the one love was the idea of God only, unmanifest. If that were the case, the notion of the black hole, the protraction of time, and the rewinding of time would have relevance. Science and religion converging and uniting on the farthest frontier, and yet at the time before the beginning, verifying the totality of God. The highest, furthest integers would collapse into before zero. We shall all unite, reunite in the idea of God, in non-existence, before time, before energy, and before space. We will be known by the unknown, self-evident in the one mind as the purity of love undefined. I am praising, praying, and I am appraising, adoring. Love, love, distant dwelling love. Liquid light love, 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 starry light love, love, illuminator of the night love, 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 raining from above love, near, 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 love is so dear, love, 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 surround me, shut out fear, love, 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 emanate from my being, love, love, interloving, being, love, love, interliving love, interloving love, love, warm so to my flesh love, love, winding love, so fresh love, 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 liquid sun, golden sun, love, 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 oh, there is but one love, 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 to which we all run, love, love, there is no other one, love, bursting in my pores, love, 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 filling full my heart, love, 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 take away my breath, love, 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 give me life and depth, love, love, sheltering my soul, love, love, making me feel whole, love, 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 how could such wonder be, love, welling up in me, love, 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 love is flying free, love, love, love is touching me, love, 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 how great, how gentle love, be love, interliving me, love, 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 loving, lovely, love, love. I am breathing love, love. 2 volumes instantly interpenetrate, one so early, one so late that they touch in time. I can see the voice of God. I will see the one love in a wink, but deep inside my well the waters spin, desiring to leap up into the heavens to touch the roof of God. In a wink I shall be with the one love, and yet I cannot sleep. How must I lay down my mind to reach the one love when it is my mind that draws me near to the one love, and it is the experience of my mind within my skull that draws me the nearest to the one love that I know. How ironic that if given the choice before birth to become a man on earth, I might have departed the one love to know the one love as revealed within a man's mind. Surely I would have begged the chance. And yet, knowing the superior relationship awaiting when my mind lies decaying in the ground, I will not be anxious to go. How seductive the flesh of being! How generous the mind of the Creator to commingle with before the flesh and to commingle with after the flesh, and allow the human to spend a lifetime in the flesh, longing to re-experience the union of total love, only to find him reluctant to shed his skin. It is a celebration of definition, a masked ball, a hapless and wonderful charade, this being. But, oh, the before and the after. But if my soft and chubby fingers could touch the face of God, what ecstasy to brush my cheek upon his cheek, to breathe the inebriating breath of his nostrils with my nostrils. I believe that such human rapture would cause one to faint as if eternally, to fall up to the mountaintop, and then fall up even further beyond, would be the blessings of that moment. I am falling, loving. I am falling, soaring. I am swimming, praying, and I am swimming, breathing. The great sky is the ocean, and the ocean is the great sky. I am a ghost. I am less than nothing, swimming in the blue wine, breathing the blue wine, and I am less than nothing. The sky is the ocean, and the ocean is the sky, and I am a ghost, swimming, breathing in the blue wine. And the blue wine surrounds me, and the blue wine drinks me. The blue wine surrounds, and the blue wine drinks me, and I am the blue sky, and I am the blue ocean, and the blue ocean is the blue sky, and I am the blue ocean, and the blue wine drinks me, and I am swimming, breathing in the blue wine. The great voice calls to me. The great plangent voice roars like tinkling glass to my ears, and I am loving, swimming in the deep blue wine, swimming to the music of the plangent voice. I am as deep as the voice, and the voice is deeper, and I am as deep as the voice rolls deeper, and the deep blue wine drinks me in, and I am swimming, breathing, and I am swimming, loving the deep voice of blue wine. I love thee so with all of my heart, and I am a ghost, and I am less than nothing, but with all that I am I so love thee, and my heart is weak, and my will is weak, and I am nothing, and I love thee, and shout with meager voice, What am I to thee? And the answer comes back to me, a ghost, less than nothing, that I am what thou loves, and I tremble at thy graciousness, and I tremble at thy goodness, and I tremble at thy wondrous eye, that thou seest nothing, and that thou loves me. I am swimming, breathing in blue wine, and I am swimming, trembling, that thou loves me, that thou loved me from the beginning, and that the sky is the ocean, and the ocean is the sky, and your love will never cease, even unto a ghost. Hast thou my name written? Might I be the ink of your pen? If so, scratch me on the flowers of life, scratch me on the stones. Drop me in the crystalline water, until all the waters turn blue. Let thy ink fulfill my veins and pound in my heart and spill from my lips. Write your love with me. Scratch me on the world. I am praying, sighing, and I am praying, trembling, that thou loves a ghost. I am praying, discerning. In the abyss within my flesh is a flame, and when the abyss heard the fire from without, it leapt inside my flesh. In the dark chamber within my flesh is a muted chord, and when the chamber heard the music from without, it resonated within my flesh. Within my feeble heart is love, and when my feeble heart was touched by the one love from without, my love leaped within my heart. In the dull mind within my flesh is the concept of God, and when the dull mind received the grace, God became known. When the great love touched my lips with his wine, I knew life. When the flame of the abyss hears the fire from without, the flame enrages, and engorged with passion, it climbs the walls of my ribs and sets afire all that I am, all that is within, and the warmth, as are the hands of God, is known and fills my spirit. There is but one God, and his ubiquitous flames surround and envelop, devouring the oxygen of ego until the ego is consumed and is perished, leaving nothing but the eternal infinite fire to feed itself upon itself, never diminishing, always ablaze, 1,000 suns by 1,000 suns, endless, timeless, ever created, never consumed, love unto itself, love's essence distilled, the all-pure love. And when the flame within my soul heard the voice of the fire without, it leapt with joy. And the joy remained, and the fire became enlightenment, and the flame became a blaze, and the blaze was consumed by the fire, and the fire breathed greater life into the blaze, unlike that which it had ever known, until the blaze was neither extinguished nor distinguished. And the fire surrounds. I can hear it everywhere. Its voice at first faint yet familiar, growing louder until it is a roar above which nor below which is any sound. My eyes cry teardrops of fire, and my mouth opens like a hearth, and my ears are filled with flame, and my heart is ablaze, and my flesh is ignited, and the fire calls, and the fire calls, and the fire consumes without destroying, and the fire gives life, life undistinguished, life engorged, life celebrated without consciousness, love adorned with love, life that is love itself. It is the breath of the flame and the fire that consumes it. Such is the fire, and I am praying, yearning, and I am praying, burning. I am before the beginning, at the door before the primordial fire. I am undistinguished. I am without definition. I am beyond the glass. I am beyond the diamonds in the snow. I am deep within the fire of blue wine. I am what is more than joy. I am loved by the one love. I hear the one love's voice. It speaks my name. I am less than nothing, a ghost, and yet the one love speaks my name. I am drowning, singing, and I am drowning, knowing. I am drowning in love. I am being, rejoicing. I am praying, rejoicing for being, for blessed created, for definition, for love defined. And though life is but a wink of an eye, life is long, a road that ends and yet never ends, with each new vista a breathtaking beauty set before the eyes by the one love who loves so graciously and freely as to design and to fill the human life with such splendor and beauty. To the ghost is given the riches of being and a kingdom of such magnificent proportion and detail that even I, less than nothing, am further humbled by love. The one love withholds nothing. The one love spares no goodness. Should I walk naked across a frozen tundra, I should rejoice that my flesh tatters and collapses before the four winds, for I would be less substantial and less resistant to being undistinguished from the essence of the one love. Rejoice, rejoice! We penetrate the one love, and the one love which gives all receives us. Rejoice! The ocean drinks the swimmer, and the swimmer, still breathing, is aware that he has lost his identity in the great sea to the radiant ocean. Rejoice! Rejoice! How can one not rejoice and sing the soulful music with the mortal voice as a descant to the rumbling of nature and the plangent purity of the voice of the deep blue wine? Rejoice and sing and celebrate that the ghost is known. Rejoice that the flame of the abyss leaps to the fire and is fed and consumes and flourishes in the extinguished flame. From life to life, from love undefined to love defined to love undefined again. One love, one love, rejoice, be joy. And I am thankful, humbled, and I am known, praising, and I am interblending, celebrating. How great to be so small! Oh, how I love thee! Thank you. I am adoring, dancing. Tonight, in the crisp night, I am jubilant, touched by the love that pervades all space. I raise my arms and breathe love. I outstretch my arms above my head and reach for the moon to touch its glow and to thank God for the light that breaks the night. I love with my whole heart. I love with my whole strength. I love with my whole mind. I love with my whole spirit the God of all time and the love that was before time. I am overcome with jubilation that I might know the one love, that the one love is familiar with me and will take me back unto itself, laying down first my body and then, in God's time, relinquishing my spirit to behold and to be a part of the one love without separation, without veil, without aspiration to be closer, to actually be in the body of the one love. This This revelation is at once glorious and yet terrifying that I might be so significant in my insignificance. That the drop of water, the drop of rain that was once separated from the ocean might again unite with the ocean, losing its identity and becoming once again the ocean itself. Jubilation! What more knowledge could a mortal desire than to understand and to know his destiny and reunification with the one God? To know this is to know love. To know such love is both exalting and humbling. To be intimate with the one God. To know that the one God knows my name. To know that the ghost is loved. Ah, heart, canst thou be so full and yet not burst? So tonight, on this crisp, clear night, I reach my hands to the heavens, for if I can touch the face of love, I can surely touch the moon. I am loving, reaching, and I am adoring, touching, and I am humbled, and I am exalted, and I am more than I am. I am a raindrop smiling above a great ocean. I am praying, speaking. In truth, desire and language strain together. In truth, in truth, in truth. Before the beginning is God, the purest of the purest of the purest God, the idea of God, God unmanifest. The idea of the one love, love unmanifest. Before the beginning is the idea of God, unmanifest, undefined, unexpressed. The idea of the one love, unmanifest, undefined, unexpressed. God unknown. The containment of unmanifest time, space, and energy. The sleeping essence. The quiet mind. The descant and the music unmanifest. Reality unmanifest. And the idea of God, the purest of the purest of the purest, dwelt in non-existence, in pre-existence, before zero, before the void. Thus, before the beginning is only the one love, the idea of God. There was nothing separate, nothing apart, for the idea of God contained all that is and was to be in the unmanifest one love. It is known, and it is written, I was a hidden treasure, and I wanted to be known, so I created creation. The idea of God, the purest of the purest of the purest, the one love, reality unmanifest, exhaled, and came into being from non-existence, before zero, the void, and in the void, the moment of in the beginning, of the beginning, became the beginning of time in God's tempo. Energy, neither to be further created nor ever destroyed. Space, dimensional and quantifiable, then all life and all matter, in spirit and in eventual manner. For in the effortless, energyless exhale, the idea of God, the purest of the purest of the purest, the idea became the Word. The idea of God became the Word of God. From the unmanifest became the manifest. From before the beginning came the beginning. From the undefined came the defined. From the unexpressed came the expressed. The sleeping essence awoke, the quiet mind unquiet, the descant and the music heard, reality unmanifest manifested. But most profound, the unknown known, as was the desire of the idea of the great one love. From before zero came zero, then one, mathematically expressed. The unmanifest God, the idea of God, became God manifest, and the purest of the purest of the purest, without definition, became defined as infinite and known as reality. Quote, all that was, is, and ever will be, unquote. Quote, I was a hidden treasure, and I wanted to be known, and so I created creation. And the mind of God extended forth the definition of man, and in that definition was manifest a soul, and the soul is the extension of the manifest God. For all that was created in creation was known in the quiet mind contained in the unmanifest idea of God before the beginning. Each idea of God became manifest at the moment of exhale, either in spirit or in the eventual manifestation by nature, to be manifested in and through the machinations of nature. Man came into existence as a spirit containing soul, the aspect or element of the one love. But in coming into being at first as spirit, coming into being was expressed as a part of, but separate from, God. A part of, but separate from the one love. For in definition lies separation, and in separation lies identity, and in identity lies ego, and in ego lies will. It is in the will, the conclusion of man's formation in existence, that lies the quenching of the hidden treasure's desire to be known. Each human is a defined extension of God, a defined extension of the manifested one love, apart and separate, but a part of the whole, just as raindrops are a manifested extension of the ocean, apart and separate, but a part of the whole. The raindrop is a defined aspect of the ocean, a portion microcosmic in comparison, but ocean all the same. The difference is separation and definition. Each human is a defined aspect of the one love, a portion microcosmic in comparison, but of the one love all the same. When the raindrop returns to the ocean, it loses its definition, is no longer separate, and in losing its identity, becomes the ocean once again. When the idea of God became manifest, at the time measured as in the beginning, all creation was created, either in spirit or in the eventual machinations of nature. Man was created spirit, given identity as such, having come from the unmanifest mind of God, having origin in the non-existence, without expression or definition, and without identity, like the manifest raindrop is drawn from the immense ocean and given definition, expression, and identity as a raindrop through the machinations of nature. Man, imbued with soul, which is another word for the extension of the one love expressed, defined, separated, identified, was born into existence, into reality, as a spirit. It is through the manifest machinations of nature that the spirit is born into flesh through woman, furthering the soul's expression, definition, separation, and identity, ego, and will. It is in this most concrete expression of the soul, the human, that God derives his greatest pleasure, for it is in the human with his intellect who can discover the hidden treasure and who can bow his coveted supremacy amongst creation and allow his ego through his will to declare God's presence to all the elements of creation. It is in the exercise of the freed will that the greatest definition of the soul, the physical human, the physical being the greatest degree of separation from the one love, that God at a distance admires the manifest reality and existence as in a mirror, and admires the physical man who admires him. As spirit, man is less defined, less separated from the one love than the human who is physically defined. The spirit possesses identity, but is closer in form to God, less restricted by the machinations of defined nature, and is able to commune more closely with God. Definition expresses the limitations of boundaries and implies separation, and thus expresses restrictions. When the spirit, which contains the soul, becomes utterly defined as human through the natural, of nature, machinations of the body of a woman, the soul knows its greatest distance from the one love. From the exhale became the soul of each human defined as an extension of the one love, further separated by the expression of the human's spirit, further separated from the one love by the flesh. As the ocean gives up the unidentified portion of itself to become the defined, separated, and identified raindrop, the raindrop rising from the water's surface is unseen and gathering at first, most like the essence of the ocean from which it rises, to become separate from and of the ocean at the same time in its passing state as a drop of rain in nature. As the one love gives up the unidentified portion of itself, the soul, to eventually become the defined, separated, and identified human, the soul extending from, rising from the one love is unseen and gathering, most like the essence of the one love from which it extends and rises, to become separate from and of the one love at the same time in its passing state as a human in nature. It is as a raindrop that the rising essence of water can most manifestly admire the ocean. And it is through the raindrop that the ocean can be most manifestly known. It is as a man that the soul can most manifestly admire the one love, and it is through the man that the one love can be most manifestly known. And so we are, humans, flesh from spirit, spirit from soul, soul from God manifest, God manifest from God unmanifest, the idea of God, the purest of the purest of the purest, the idea of the one love. It is to be known that to be loved by the one love is great, because to be loved is great. But to be love itself is the greatest, and that is our destiny. Before the ocean manifest is the unmanifest idea of the ocean. From the ocean's surface rises an undefined part of itself, rising without definition into the heavens, separate and gathering, invisible, distinguished as undistinguishable, collecting into a defined expression at a sufficient distance from the ocean's face, to become identified as a separate and distinct raindrop, only to travel vaguely defined back into the face of the ocean's surface, to be dispersed, dismantled, unidentified, relinquishing its expression to become once again a part of the ocean that has become from the unmanifest idea of the ocean in its purest form. Before the one love manifest is the unmanifest idea of the one love. From the manifest one love extends an undefined part, the soul, separating itself in spirit form without definition to the earth, separate and gathering, invisible, distinguished as undistinguishable, collecting into a defined expression at a sufficient distance from the one loved to become identified as a separate and distinct human, only to travel undefined in spirit form, in nature back into the one love, to be dispersed, dismantled, unidentified, relinquishing his expression to become once again a part of the one love that has become from the unmanifest idea of God in its purest of the purest of the purest form. At death, we lay down the flesh, our greatest definition, and become less defined once again as spirit, with less separation, less definition, less identity, less ego, as we are unvilified as well as unenhanced by the senses, and ultimately manifest a kindlier will. It is in spirit form that we travel in God's tempo back to the one love manifest through manifest space, energy, and time, back to the moment of in the beginning, approaching the face of God in the manifest as we are drawn unto light, moving closer and closer and closer in God's time to the moment of in the beginning, to the moment of light, to the threshold between the manifest and the unmanifest, to the ultimate moment of the exhale when the idea of God became word, when the unmanifest, the unexpressed, the undefined became the manifest, the expressed, and defined, when spirit became known and the soul extended, when creation was created at the threshold of reality. We will, through the unmeasurable love of the one love, step across the threshold of the exhale to before the beginning, and like the raindrop exiled from the ocean, become the ocean again in its purest, unmanifest form. We will no longer be loved, though that is great, and the experience of that love is increased as we approach the face of the one love manifest. We will no longer be loved, for without definition, without separation, and totally without identity, we will return to the idea of God. We will be love itself. In physics, the leap outside of time and space, as in crossing the threshold of the exhale where the unmanifest became manifest, is quantum, as well as the reversal of time and travel, as in the definition of the black hole, and we, in time and space as we humanly know it, are but a black hole within a black hole. In God's time, as in the beginning, as opposed to before the beginning, time as we know it will cease, although no living creature will exist to measure it, because we will all return to and cross the threshold of the exhale when the one love's desire to be known is satiated, perhaps not unlike the quoted time when the gospel will be preached in all nations before the end time will come. 2 conclusions. 1, when the body is relinquished, the spirit retains identity, capacity for definition, ego, and will, and continues to do so until we all cross the threshold of exhale into the unmanifest idea of God. 2. The ultimate conclusion of all human beings is to return to the unmanifest idea of God before in the beginning, to become once again the unmanifest body of the one love. In truth, desire and language strain together, but unlike ever before, I am unexhausted by such writing. I am vigorous, untaxed. Such is the quality of truth. I am being, loving, dancing, singing, rejoicing, thanking, humbled, exalted, loving, loving, loving. I praise thee for thy greatness. The glass does not crack. It shatters and melts away. I am before the place where stars are diamonds in the snow. I am praying, thanking, and I am shouting, exalting. I am praying, thinking, and I am praying, sifting. The breath of God is everywhere, The breath of God is wind, and I am a calm storm. From the passageway, the tunnel to the stars within, I have been condensed, intensified, made small, minute, impenetrable, nuclear. And from this, the smallest of the small, the greatest expanse has been entered, a heavenly vista, a universe of universes. And where my mind fell short from ineptness, I am able to grasp that which I can imagine, and I thank God for the imagining, and I thank God for the grasp. I exude my praises up into these heavens, not in a single voice of chant, but in a choral glorifying the Holy One, the one who is all love, the purest of the purest of the purest. On wings of Iadias I traverse the heavens within, unto their farthest frontier, collapsing into itself to become the universe without, the heavens of the heavens of the heavens. I cannot say how small I am, how humbled I am to let fly this pen in the praise of God, nor how wondrous I feel that God, the one love, knows and speaks the name of the ghost. Should I not breathe another breath, I am still drunk unto the darkness of death, knowing that in that emancipation shall sing a spirit uplifting its purer voice to the heavens of emancipation in gratitude, and that a thinner oneness is drawn to the light of the one true God manifest, the exhaler who created all breath from the abundant love of his great mind in the idea of God unmanifest. How free the Spirit! Poor spirit, unclothed of flesh, naked unto the breast of God, quiverless arrow, the selfish exchange of the flesh relinquishing the body, the sight, the senses, for the spirited mobility, unwanton, unhungered, uninsatiable. How I long to be in each state as deigned apropos by the Creator. How I pray that my fleshly suited self demonstrates in ravishing demonstration the love God seeks for himself, that with my ghostly flesh I might exalt God's being and celebrate God's love and make known the obvious, that the hidden treasure is not hidden, that the unknown is known, that love is apparent and the one love is evident. Use me, my God. Take away my boundaries. I am unafraid to be undistinguished. Remove my definition if that pleases thee. Undefine my expression except to express thy obvious presence in me. Let me not inhibit thy evidence. Let the hidden be manifested and magnified in my formed or formless form. Utilize me in thy endless glory to manifest thy magnificence, radiating the signposts of joy in whatever and every fashion that you see fit. I am fearless, for who can fear the fire of love? And I am exuberant, for who can resist the kindest expression of God? I am on fire, fanned by the breath of God, which is the wind that rushes everywhere. I am beyond myself, condensed unto the grandest expanse. I am earthbound and heavenward. I am here and I am there. I am now and I am then. I am human, and I am spirit. And I cry that I am known by the great God, that the great God knows my name. I am humbled, and I am exalted. I am on fire, raging, glowing, fanned by God's wind. I am God's calm storm. I am praying, shaking, and I am praying, begging, place me in thy state of grace in the form that most pleases, and wield me as the wind wields the blade of grass. Allow me to dance the dance of 1,000 meadows to thy glory, for I will, if you but think a breeze. Chant ye a song to the night's path, to the moon and the stars and the darkness itself. Chant ye a song about lone travels, about hidden mysteries and truth's ravels. Dark is dark, and then there is dark night. Then there is night, and then deep night. Then there is dawn approaching, loving dawn at the threshold encroaching. Dawn looks at you from ahead, waiting, the great eye of dawn opening wide before thee. There it is, coming, coming, its brilliance bedazzling, love manifest in its light cradling, and you think there is nothing more, that in the approaching is the arriving. In the admiring is the holding. In the distance is the communion. And at the moment before the touch, the crossing is stolen and the great dawn steals behind you, fading into the night, the deep of night, into the dark, and then the dark of night. Then there you are, and there you are not, nor surrounded, before or after. You are the light, a speck of light, an aspect of the light of light. No path to wander, no lone travels, just the endless rushing of a silent chant more beautiful than beheld in your pitiful mind, your common mind, the mind that made the universe sing. I am praying, chanting, and I am praying, listening to the endless rushing. I am contemplating, praying. I am sent to dance upon a journey. The day is coming, the day is fleeting. I look back, and the dawn is breaking into 1,000 pieces of liquid fire, dripping into absence. And still I am dancing upon a journey. Oh, God, how I love thee. I see the stars falling, swirling, and I know it is only the passing of time. I hear the sun crackling, fading, and I know it is only the passing of time. And I hear the rushing of the breath of God as I reach the threshold at which time was born, and I know that time itself is passing. And I am standing in the silence, in the comfort of before time, in the mind of God, and I am beaming, smiling, and I am standing in both the passage and the domain, and I am alone together, disparate and one in the unmanifest, the purest of the purest of the purest, the bosom of the one love, in the place before the rhythm of breath, before the beat of the Sacred Heart. I am no longer falling, swirling, crackling, fading. I am no longer. I am. If I could be anything this moment, I would be this day's pre-dawn, the milk-white crescent moon with the brilliant diamond star poised at its apex. And I would be elegant. And if I was so elegant as that manifestation of God's beauty, I would weep, and the tears of joy would fall from a cloudless indigo sky on people just like me, and people not like me, and they would all together wake and gaze at God's great beauty, and they too would weep. I am thinking, dreaming. I am contemplating seeing, and I am praying, praising. It was in the creation that darkness came into existence, for before time, in the idea of God unmanifest, when I was hidden and wanted to be known, there was only light, in which the idea of stars hung like diamonds in the snow. When the one love, unmanifest and total, was in non-existence as a hidden treasure, the treasure was not in darkness. The ironies are that for the hidden treasure to become known from the moment of the threshold of the exhale, the revealing would take place in the created darkness, and that he who desired to be revealed would conceal his light. In and from the created darkness came the revelation of he who is hidden in the light. This side of the threshold of the exhale, the side from the current moment to the return to the beginning when creation was created, is ruled by the night. On this side is existence, illuminated by the celestial bodies and their gorgeous light, the bodies of the moon, the stars, and the sun. From this side in time, the closer are the sun and moon than the furthest stars. At death, on its return journey to rejoin the purest of the purest of the purest, the one love, each spirit will journey back to before the beginning through the dimensions of time and space, endeavoring within the manifest to reach the threshold of the exhale, where all breath began. As the spirits approach the threshold of the exhale through the darkness, the light will be at first perceived as a trompe-l'oeil, an apparition, an illusion in the vast darkness, growing and glowing in intensity, becoming the purest and densest of light at the other side of the threshold. At the threshold of the exhale, God will breathe in. Inhale creation, drawing each spirit across the threshold. And in that moment, the intense purity of the light being most readily perceived, the stars hanging in the fading darkness will appear as diamonds in the snow, and spirits will lose all definition, all separation, all ego, and all will, to become undivided, absorbed by, and ultimately as the one love itself. At the threshold of the exhale, where began all breathing, the zero, the one, all manifest, is untold beauty and realized love. But until the inhale, the threshold remains as a degree of separation from total reality and the totality of the one love. From idea became word. From non-existence became existence. From unexpressed love became love expressed. From the unmanifest became the manifest. And until the great exhale, that moment driven by the great hidden treasure who desired to be known, there was no separation, no identity, no ego, and no will, save the unexpressed idea of God. Until the great exhale, driven by the hidden treasure desiring to be known, nothing became. Nothing came into being. The great heart of God that resides in the great mind of God is immeasurable love, undenied love, love without reserve. And time will travel forward from the first created moment until the moment of the inhale, when we shall travel back to the threshold of the great inhale, to before time, to the great God unmanifest, to be interblended with and unto the one love. The manifest shall unbirth and return into the unmanifest. Love expressed, defined, and separated shall unbirth and return to unexpressed love. Existence shall unbirth and return to non-existence. The Word shall unbirth and return unto the idea of God. And from darkness shall recome light, and the unhidden in the darkness shall unbirth and recome the hidden in the light, the desire to become known satisfied. And at the moment of the inhale, we shall all, from all division, definition, separation, ego, and will, re-come the essence of the one love, unmanifest, in unform, the purest of the purest of the purest. I am dancing, celebrating, in the snow beneath the starry glow, gazing at the threshold through the moisture of my cleansing breath, and I am small, so very small. But the ghost is known, his vaporous hands outstretched upon his breath, the humblest of the humblest, beloved and God-blessed. I am praising, singing, and I am laughing, aching, spirit endowed, flesh adorned. I am loving, adoring the great God. I am praying, wondering. I am wondering if the Great One finds it humorous, knowing how my meager mind pains to express my joy of his presence, when the force and mass of a great river of pleasure is pushed through a straw. I should think every thought, every sentiment evoked should flow sweet as honey, veritable poetry at the brush of a blushing pen. It is not so, but I cannot help but anticipate each evening and its intimacy, a ceremonial jubilation during which the mind focuses without interruption on the radiance and beauty of the great love. Truly I am teased in my daily workings with thoughts of the love which abounds and the attention that awaits when the economics of the day lay fast asleep upon the ledger, tucked neatly beside the calendar. In the thicket behind my house is a patch of bamboo, the noblest of God's sticks, green and youthful, ready to challenge or to please at a whimsical notice. Among them I pride the deadened brothers, those browned and brittle, starved of life, split and hollowed from end to end, useless ancient bodies, from among the supple and the sinewy. I found them the more beautiful today, and when I hurled them over the fence as into the abyss beyond my land, they sang, the wind finding its way through their hollow, a sweet sovereign music for the listener. Take from me my breath, for it is the wind of God for the listener. I am praying, listening, and I am listening, singing. I am listening, loving. Tonight I am loving the angels so true. Tonight I am hearing their poetry, shaded in words of blue. No one or no thing can comfort me with such compassion. No one or no thing can enrich me with such passion as the courtiers from heaven who come to surround me, to care for me, replenish me, to rapturously unbound me. I love them so. I love them as heaven's poetry as they issue sounds unknown to me in phrases unknown to me. But I understand as their utterances stand so tiny within a silent silence in celestial hymn. Spoken, I hear the words instantly as fallen away, and yet the words envelop me as soon as they think say. Cemented lips, motionless lips, swollen heart, open mind. There is no other heavenly music so sanguine and so kind. I love the angels. The angels love me. Just as it has always been, it shall ever be. I can hear the candle flame, the smoke rushing from its tips. I can hear the angel's voice before the angel moves his lips. Oh, come to me, sweet comrades, come and sing your song to one who will listen close, to the one who will listen long. Sing of heaven in the oldest days. Sing of love a dance upon moon's rays. Sing of grandeur. Sing of infinity and joy. Sing to me the way you've sung ever since I was a boy. I have seen many a magnificent scene, many with my eye and in many a dream, but never in my strongest sense have I known such beauty and benevolence as the vision that I hear so dear as the voice of an angel in my ear. For all the gifts the great God has bestowed, there is none for which I am more thankful than told as the gift of the gracious relationship shared between the one who is cared for by the ones who have cared. Angels, angels, I have come to hear you speak to a man who is sentimental, the one with a heart that is weak. With each passing syllable, each indescribable note, I am closer to being found, and at once nearer to remote, where I can linger, where I would linger forevermore, listening to the whispers that fall from heaven's door upon the little eavesdropper, the oral voyeur, who cannot resist the revelry of the angel's allure. I would do anything this night, anything, any time, to listen to the angels' cadence, listen to their rhyme. Oh, how I love the God! But oh, how I must confess I love the Lord's angels just a little less, and I thank Him daily for all creation, for every leaf and every nation, but most of all, among all choices, I love His angels and their voices. Sing to me, O angel child, of heavenly words and words gone wild, and I will love you. Oh, love you more than anyone after or e'er before. My eyes are listening, looking, and I am listening, smiling. Angels. I am praising, assessing, and I am praying, assessing. What a miracle is this being! To be born, to be, to grow, to die. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. What season is not the most beautiful? What season? What aspect of the wheel is not truly a miracle? Oh, yes, of course, spring is a miracle. From the belly of the woman, from the belly of the earth, is born a life from a seed. And summer? How beautiful the summer when things that once were not grow with vigor to ravish and ravage the entire nature of nature. This is a miracle par excellence. And autumn, sweet autumn, how content and calm is autumn. A miracle of fruition, a miracle of accomplishment, radiant with satisfaction and arrival. But winter, cold, quiet, suffering winter. How wondrous the winter! What particulars of winter are not a miracle in this economic phase of eternity, in which we are born to labor, and when not obsessed with the business of survival, acknowledge the Creator. How wonderful every nod of man recognizing that which was hidden, from which, of which, and by which we were made. What a miracle each new line on the brow. What a miracle each lustrous blonde, brunette, red or black hair turned white, or even vanished with time and banished from the crown. How wonderful each misunderstood word! How glorious each infirmity of the machine gone haywire! How incredible the slaying of the mind, ambitions, dreads, loves! What a miracle old age when the flesh becomes wafer-like, a thinning wall parading definition and heralding, I am still here and shall soon be nevermore. How great this miracle when so little is left to stand between the soul and God, and yet the individual is still celebrated as a being on earth, the oldened child of God, the infant to be new-born, instead of into toothless and bald, this time free from those sweet monstrations. Oh no! How miraculous the winter when there lies ample time to do so little save dwell on the one love, accomplished, successful, in the final stages of fulfillment. What a miracle is winter when the fire in the heart is the last remnant of warmth, the stubborn dweller that refuses to be put out into the vast night. I love the winter as I have loved the spring and the summer and the early autumn, for a lifetime proves itself worthy as miracles within a miracle. And the beauty of its beauty is that from within and from without, in the beginning to the middle and through the end, though the machine wears out and the ghost grows thin, God in His abundant love gives us His love and His greatest intimacy in the person of His angels who bring the declining ghost abundant vitality. Vitality in ever-flowing manner, no matter. As age comes and time ebbs, the love of God is constant, and the heart full of love that has come to know what was hidden. Supported on the wings of God's whispers, the crowd of angels that presses near. Herald the scars, the lines, the snowy locks. The ghost is known that holds close the wonders of the treasure known. I am contemplating, praying, and I am singing, laughing. I am praying, pondering, and I am searching, wondering. Are my words so caught on the roof of my heavens that they will not transcend and tell of my joy and echo exaltations? My mind, my tongue, my pen, they are all stricken, it seems, as if I were a crippled image, a broken mirage. My members are so full of the love. My ribs are a basket for a heart that is a collection of fragrant flowers. My breath is celebration, and yet my hand seems crippled. How do I collect the unfathomable in words? How do I speak the unspeakable language of joy that comes when the ghost is known by the greatness of God and the meager is loved by the magnificent? Oh, how grand the God who loves His ideas! This book is for exaltations. How embarrassed I would be to deliver it by hand to heaven's door, to say that this represents my feelings for God, my adoration of the one love, my interblending with the Father. What should I say when the scribblings are searched by wisdom seeking some depth, some heartfelt and profound conviction? What shall I say when it is read and I am asked, "Is this all you know of our love?" Should I scandalize my pitiful vocabulary? Should I declare the language of my birth inadequate? Do I say that my heart did not yearn enough, that it did not seek enough, did not open enough, that my heart was unfit for the task? The very heart God made. Oh, miserable words! Such paupers sent before a king. I love you, God. What more can be said? I love, I long, I adore, I relish, I cry out for communion. I covet expression. I know joy, profound joy, because of thy presence. If all my days I could but dwell on thee, all my hours, my minutes, my seconds. But then, what of life, the living, the celebration of being, the proud, voracious gratitude for being given this separation in order to live independently and to look back to know the hidden treasure, and to long, and to love, and to adore? It is this separation itself which formulates and fosters this profound love, this ravishing desire to know and to love, and to eradicate the difference, the line of flesh, this bodily barrier. It is in this body that I exalt, that I sing, and laugh, and dance, and know the joy of the Father, the grandness of the one love. It is this insufferable inadequacy that is the greatest praise to the Creator of creation. It is the meager, inadequate, unworthy words I scribble that are the quintessential acknowledgement, born in frustration, seeking, struggling to capture and to perpetuate the joy in words, on paper, to be shared, to be communicated, to be evoked, and to be understood. O Father, I am a dolt with broken hands that make sounds to the heavens like the braying of an ass. This is my song of exaltation, my ode to true joy, that is only experienced when the ghost is known and the ego is surrendered, sung through the deepest desire to be faded, to be flawed, to be erased, to be made unknown to kin and to lovers, to be lost in the great ocean, drowned in the blue wine, lost as a tear, as a raindrop, in the great sea, no longer defined but interblended with God, not to be satisfied to be loved, but to be love itself. This is the sweet agony, the torturous ecstasy of being made flesh, to pay tribute, to love, to long for, and to adore the hidden treasure known. I do love thee. How I do love thee, Lord. I feel your embrace. I am truly humbled. I do know that my crumbs are your banquet. I pray thee will lift me nearer to your table's edge. I am praying, smiling, and I am wanting, praising. The fragile flowers that are my heart are yours. I am looking, contemplating, and I am praying, praying. Tonight I am aware that behind my eyes, in the mirror of the mirror, is a locked lock. It resounds inside my head that all I know is all I know. Yet there is more behind the door, so that all I know is not all I know. I focus my mind so ardently, so arduously to tumble the locks of that untouchable door. I tilt my head this way, and I tilt my head that way, expecting that with one randomly discovered gyration, the locks will tumble and the door will fall open, and I will tumble inside and the contents behind the door will spill out, and then all that I know will be more than all I know. It is all there, just inside the locked door. I can hear it talking. I can hear it breathing. I can turn my face and tilt my head and twirl my ears, and no amount of tampering will tumble the tumblers. I know. It is a part of all I know. I will not open the door through focus or will. I know what will open the door, and that only one thing will open it. It is love, and only in the effortless effort of that love. The door will not open to those who reach for it. It is not intended for those with intentions. Each effort repels and pushes against the door that pulls open. Each selfish maneuver, each beat of a contriving heart, pounds it shut just a bit more tightly. It is the limp arms, the bowed head, the contented heart, the receiving mind, the kind spirit, the loving soul to which the door opens. To want is to be denied. To drift sublimely on the unseen currents of the blue wine is to travel without effort to the destination of the one love. To lay one's hands on the surface of the water without plunging and without breaking its surface is to rest in the bosom of God. To calculate is to corrupt. To be determined is to desecrate. But to love, to love is to lose one's self, to let go of the questions, to lose differentiation, and thus to swim in the sea of unanswered answers. The great God will clothe you in the satin that hangs behind the door. He will bathe you in the hitherto unknown, the popularly forbidden, but not for the asking. When you no longer want it, it will be yours. And when it is yours, it will be as if you were never without it. The door is great. The door is wide. The strength of all mankind will not budge it, nor will the will of a nation, nor will the ego of one. Love alone will turn the key. Love alone will tumble the lock. Love alone will move the door. It is not knowledge one should covet. It is the love, the great love that is found within, that longs for and communes with the great love without. Endeavor to love more purely. Endeavor to be nothing more than the breath of God. Seek the union of breathing and adoring, of breath and adoration in the kindest exchange of awareness and gratitude. It is the effortless effort that gains the greatest reward. It is not the struggle, nor the cunning, nor the contrivance. It is the open palm to heaven and the dwelling on the one love that opens the door that separates all that we know from all that we know. Pray God, love, love and nothing more, and the great God will answer the ghost with everything. So it is love, love, love that I pray tonight. Love, love, love that I pray tonight. Lord, tell the angels, tell them all, I make no secret. I love thee, and would give back all that I know to love thee even a little more. I am praying, searching, and I am praying, bearing. I am loving, praying, and I am seeing, adoring. The marvelous angels came into being, born at the threshold of the exhale, defined most delicately, designed to know the hidden treasure most intimately, the intimate creatures of least separation from the majesty of his being. Since the measurement of time and time measurable, angels have been angels. God enjoys the love of his angels, for they were and are the creations capable of loving him the most until we lose our human form. The unconditional adoration of the marvelous angels keep him warm during the folly of man. For this alone, the angels should be cherished by all who have a name. In the end, it makes no difference one's behavior on earth, for in the end, the ultimate end, we shall each spirit travel back beyond where the stars are like diamonds in the snow and cross the threshold of the exhale, the designation where time, space, and energy began. We will have all completely faded our definition and our ego to become oblivious in the ocean of the one love. We will each no longer be loved. We will each be love itself as a part of and unseparated from the one love. Therefore, in the ultimate end of which no man knows when, earthly conduct does not influence. But in the end times for the humans, when the humans of the flesh are no more and have returned to spirit form, less defined, muted egoed, less separated from God, the definition of the spirit will linger longer in its most defined form, its definition sustained by the impurities of the mind and earthly actions. Whether this least degradable state lingers a second or a millennium, I do not know. But it is the consequence of behavior, causing the identity to be forestalled from the nearing nearness of God's presence. Since we shall all ultimately reap the same reward, we should still endeavor in every aspect of being man. Why? Simply for the joy of it. Since the nature of the ultimate end is now known, and since our purpose is to acknowledge the hidden treasure as fully as possible, lift up your arms and raise your palms to the heavens and dance in the refreshing rain of God's love. Receive the gifts, the abundant gifts of this phase of the flesh in your right hand, and extend them with your left to the earth and to all creation. Sing and dance. The uncertainty of your value in time is no more. No longer struggle. Endeavor. Celebrate being. Love and know joy. Our lives are in nature's time as set by God's tempo. We exist in accordance to the machinations of nature as set by the laws of the great designer. It is not ours to expedite our death, the transition from flesh to spirit by our own hand. It is true that death erases definition from flesh to transparent spirit, but it denies God his greatest satisfaction, the acknowledgement of his hidden treasure by a human. We are all the pinnacle, the apex of his creation. For it was in the design of man where lies God's greatest happiness. The motif of creation was for the motive of man. The angels keep the Lord of all warm, but we make him sing. Thus, the consequence for the selfishness of suicide is the greatest impurities laden upon the spirit, postponing the erosion of definition and the heightening joy of the nearing nearness of the purest of the purest of the purest at the threshold of the exhale. Do never deplore life. Embrace it. Celebrate it. Love and cherish it. The senses will soon enough be no more. Grieving is an expression of a selfish and shallow love. Go with the one you love to the door of death. Take them by their hand and wave goodbye with a smile. It is not a sad thing if your love is great. Would you deny your friend the reward of his heart if it meant he had to travel far away? No. You would sing for joy the acknowledgement of his accomplishment and see him along his path. The wondrous difference is that to the flesh, the presence of the absent friend can only linger in letters and photos and imagination. In death, the spirit is known and free to visit. Do not grieve if you love someone greatly and they should pass from this flesh. Dance and ask them always to sing you a tune. The two greatest motivators of humankind are fear and greed. Unfortunately, fear and greed are the two great pedestals of prayer. Humans mostly pray because we want something, or we pray because we are afraid of something. We pray for gifts, and we pray not to be punished. God knows what we want and what we do not want. The one love knows our hearts. The one love presides in the upper room. There are only two reasons to pray: adoration and gratitude. Gratitude as a function of our happiness. But the greater of these is adoration. Communicate. Hear your voice in the saying of your prayers. Tell your wants and your don't wants. Express your fear and your greed to soothe your own heart and to salve your sanity. But know that the finest prayer, the purest acknowledgement, is adoration. Pray prayers of adoration and gratitude exclusively if you can, and in the least, always. This book is a gift of exaltation, of love, of adoration, and intended as nothing more. If it is read, I am sure, as a human, a psychiatrist would have a field day assessing, he is escaping from reality. Fortunately, it was a benevolent journey, for he had a benevolent mind. Peculiar. Fascinating. Too bad, though. He had such a good mind. He should have used the time to write a novel. Probably would have been a hell of a book. Novels are more safe delusions. Poor chap. This book, this gift, is not an escape from reality. There is only one reality. I am not escaping. I have never been so crushingly close to reality. When I was a boy, a small boy, the nun told the class a story of a young girl who was praying in a church one day when soldiers burst in to commit sacrilege. They started for the sacristy where burned the red candle telling of the presence of Jesus in host form installed in a tabernacle. The little girl, seeing the destruction and the soldiers like wild dogs, ran to the tabernacle and took the Lord into her mouth, into her being, before the soldiers could degrade the holiness. Seeing this child's act, the soldiers seized her and demanded that she spit out the host or they would kill her. The little girl, her adoration outweighing her fear, refused the soldiers and swallowed her Lord, giving him shelter and safety in her belly, within her being. The soldiers cut her open to accomplish their grand defilement, killing the little girl who gave him sanctuary within her body. The nun then instructed the class, "Whoever would die for Jesus, stand up." Not all the children did. Some stood too soon. I was in the last third to stand, not because I was reluctant, and not because of peer pressure or pressure from the nun. I was one of the last to stand because I deeply meant it. And I have never changed my mind to this day. I have never been challenged like that little girl. In my end, when I am finally cut open, I hope they find the Lord, or at least that he was there. I am loving, adoring, and I am praising, marveling. I am thinking, dreaming, and I am dreaming, praising. Pale night, capturer of the moon, I sing within you the praises of the Lord. When the angels speak, I listen, and all they tell is of the Wondrous One, his love, his kindness, his reassurance. I could dwell on the love of the one love and need nothing more until I, like the night, am pale and faded beneath the brilliance of God's smile. Tonight I am joy. Tonight the messages of all the messengers descend upon me, and without speaking, disarm the will, unarm the ego, and let the love of God be. What more am I tonight than an idea whose essence is known unto itself? Tonight I am lost, and I am found. I am all, and I am nothing. I am close, and I am far. I am unnoticed, and I belong. For the ghost is known, and, joy of joys, the ghost is known unto himself his value to the Lord. Think me, God. Build me in the fashion you wish. Structure me in whatever vision pleases you, for I am undefined by my will and relinquish my own design. Reshape the ghost if that is thy wish. Obliterate and recollect on thine own idea and liken me more shapely to that design. Let me be no more than a ray of thy warmth in which I might more clearly please. This I ask in gratitude of thy love which I know. Let it be known in the heavens to any who will listen that the instrument I play is the pen, and the sounds of its scratching and scraping are each a note of praise in celebration of the one love known, the hidden treasure revealed, to move the mind of a simple ghost who is less than nothing to the world and whose deficits make him rich. I love thee, God, with all that I am, and pray to be thy vessel, to hold thee within me as long as my shape shall please thee. Until you see fit to erase my definition, see through me to the sun like glass, whilst I celebrate being as thine idea. Pale night, capturer of the moon, I sing within thee the praises of the Lord. I am singing, thanking, and I am adoring, praising. My eyes are like ropes thrown out over a cliff, and I am staring into an abyss of stars. I remember nothing except thy beauty and thy love. I remember nothing but thy beauty and thy love. Thy beauty and thy love. Thy beauty and thy love. I remember nothing but thy beauty and thy love. I am dreaming, adoring, and I am yearning, sailing. I am adrift, aloft on a lullaby, beneath my skylids, awash in solitary dreams, alive and adoring. I must pray deeply tonight. I am with the center of the center. Unaccompanied, I pray the Great One dwell in the heart of my heart, that his rhythm be the beat by which my blood pulses in all near and remote regions of my being. I am adrift on a lullaby, insignificant in time, adrift upon a melody that is carried in the silence of my ears. O Father, I am born, and I praise thee. I am born into the blue and white that colors my skylids. I can only thank thee, for I am, and yet in this awesome awareness, I am thinner and inner and less substantial, and yet what delicate matter I am weighs like a rock upon the surface of the ocean. I am delicate and I am rough. I am insubstantial, awkward. I am apparent yet undistinguished, unnoticed. I am beneath the blue and white, upon a lullaby, and by all that is known to me, I am, and by all that I know I am, it is warm to realize that the great God loves, and the great God loves me, and that though I am less than nothing, the ghost is known. O Father, be within the heart of my heart, and even nearer. Capture me upon this lullaby, and cradle me not in thy melody, but in thy very bosom, for I am not, and yet I am, and I am, and I am not. I adore thee, and praise thee with all my heart, my mind, my strength, my spirit. Shatter the glass this night, and flood into my heart, for I long to sing thee in tones more intimate than I had ever sung. I am drifting, longing, and I am, mine eyes filled with blue and white. I am drifting, smiling. I am praying, warming, and I am luxuriating, lighting. It is a wonder, the spirit of humankind. In every cell in my body, I know I share space with this spirit, just as I know my heart does not beat for me alone, but beats for all of us. The spirit of humankind is deep in my heart. It is the conduit by which and through which travels the light from the beginning at the threshold of exhale. I love her existence almost as much as my own existence, with nearly equal homage, nearly equal humility, nearly equal celebration. In my every cell we join and celebrate having been delivered here, arriving by or in the light, we both loving being, loving humankind, ignoring the flaws, ignoring the fragility, appreciating mankind's shortcomings in trade for the contributions of those innumerable who are endeavoring. In trade for what honest love we have for the one love. In trade for the love of the one love for us. It is the sincere human striving in humankind that the Spirit and I love. What men and women may do that is stupid, or what nations do that is evil, we overlook, because of the divine beauty in those unnumbered who truly strive for the intrinsic and who bring into earthly representation the image dreamily recalled of the light, reminding humankind that we are all loved by the one love and will return to the one love, reminding us that by the efforts of humans, with their small hands and sharp teeth and hungry hearts, humankind can never be satiated, except by the endeavors to, in God's name, we try to sing, in a voice either heard or unheard, contained within hearts. O God, let the humans sing at the top of their heavens for their souls. Sing that God has engaged us in our physical bodies on this luscious earth. I love my own being, but also all that which has been accomplished by men and women who will not be limited or contained. The mind is the closest mirror to God, and every now and then, as the hordes trample the centuries, in the mirror is caught the image of God. Whether it is experienced in a private prayer, or represented in the conquering of the human condition, or in the dimension of art, it does not matter, for the image is evoked all the same. But oh, my soul, when the image is shared by humans and held up, a monumental reflection of our place in reality, I can forgive all the wrongdoing, all the stupidity, for in it is realization that humankind is moving closer to God, that humankind is moving closer to a science that validates the one love, that the collective human mind is ascending, moving closer to embracing and reflecting that image. And if it is that the image beheld by a human is within the confines of solitary prayer or is unexpressed in the obvious, it still is a representation for us all. And the thought itself is a great gift that will enrich the very atmosphere from which our ideas and dreams are drawn. In the cells of my being, I love the human spirit. The spirit and I share my heart. This spirit and I love the world. I am awed by the beauty of our existence. The ghost is known, and the ghost lives not alone. I am smiling, weeping, and I am enchanted, praying. I am seeing, praying, and I am praying, rejoicing. In the morning, when I awake, as the mist lays back down upon my dreams and the steam rises to my chest, I rejoice in being. Before my eyes ignite with external light, deep within the hollow of my flesh, I celebrate the knowledge of the great one love. In the interior of my being, in the forum of my belly, I am kneeling at the altar of God, praising His wonders, exalting His creation. Prostrate I lie within the ivory sanctity of my chapeled bones, and sing out and high to the ascending rafters of my ribs my gratitude for having been brought into expression to sense and to love. I express my wordless joy before I stir. I cannot help it, for in the first awareness of the day is the awareness that I am. And in the awareness that I am, in the staggering moment of the miracle, I am aware of God, and then the angels, and then my beloved mother who gave me flesh and blood and muscle and bone for the essence of the Spirit born at the threshold of the exhale. And in that first daily awareness, I linger, celebrating the presence of my senses, but denying them animation as I lie motionless in the bed, within the sculpted walls of my flesh, deep within the forum of my belly, praying, chanting, reveling in the fresh cognition of the great God and the ghost. There is no stirring, and yet the movement of the universe dances within. There is no sound, and yet within my celestial chamber is all song. There is no seeing, and yet within nothing escapes the fresh vision of the flesh-chiseled walls that rise up and up to ceilings unvaulted and yet contained. It is a holy place within, hallowed and hushed, more sacred than any cathedral, more luminous than the most grand rose window. A hushed place, a blessed place where no burial is known, where eternity elates. I do not open my eyes. I watch. And when the forces of the day can no longer be held at bay, I alert the morning to my consciousness, stretch my bones, and smile broadly at the mockingbird who sings outside below my window, whom I see without seeing, and who sings all the more joyously for my awakening. The mural of the day pours through my eyes, and I drink it in, flooding the form of my belly with daylight and life. Oh God, how I do love Thee and the day in the moment of that miracle! I shall go deep within my chapeled bones to the form of my belly and lay a rose upon your altar to bask in the richness of the light that shines within, so that anyone who today might look into my eyes will indeed know that they peer into rose windows. I am celebrating, stirring. I am rejoicing, praising, awaiting a new dawn. I am praying, contemplating, and I am contemplating, praying. Iadias presses against me as if I were standing full face into a constant wind. It envelops me. It compresses me. It smothers me with its fragrant breath. What is not profound love? What is not? All that is, is. Every manifest, every unmanifest. All has come from before time. All has come from the purest of the pure, passing across the threshold of the exhale from non-existence into existence to become all that is known and all that we have yet to know. There is nothing that is not born of profound love, owing its breath to the great love in which and from which it was conceived and made manifest, apparent or non-apparent. With or without definition, all that is profound and of love. And if this is so, what is evil and not of God? Nothing at all. There is no evil. There is all of God. And there are those aspects of God and reality which appeal to the baser intellect, the meaner instincts that mesmerize and distract, concealing the essence of God in the object, the sensation, or the experience. Evil is not extinct. It never existed. It never roamed the earth in pursuit of recrimination. Its features are in the fabrication of the perceived meaning of things. Profound love has not in reality been diluted by definition, but by the perception of definition. There exists apparent or non-apparent no evil. From the beginning of time, when the idea became manifest, all that has been created is an aspect of the purest of the purest of the pure. All is an aspect of the profound and of love. That which is hidden is before our very eyes. It is all that is seen and unseen, in all the spaces between the objects, and all the objects between the spaces, which are in turn but the spaces of spaces in proportions of definition. What has come to be in time, from the threshold unto eternity, came from before the laws of physics that rest within the laws of nature, which are bound in the laws of existence, that were conceived in perfection outside of measurement, in the portion of infinity that was before the void, before the idea of eternity became manifest. Unreality begot reality, and the hidden became known. Iadias, which celebrates and broods in sacred isolation within my breast, is the only word I can conceive to embody the knowledge of this gift. And Iadias caresses my being, caresses my soul, in a fashion of love I can scarce describe, but revels in my heart that such a gift was given to such a small and pitiful ghost. I am thanking, praying, and I am praying, reveling, about this profound love that is, and I am instantly elevated and weighted down with the burden of overwhelming awareness that the earth is something which I love profoundly, for she comforts me and sustains me as I plod upon her breast, pressing my heels into her supple skin, reveling in my balance as she spins freely about the sun that shines its everlasting smile upon the blue waters and green fields and golden trees and azure mountains. Such love is the earth that I at once love her as a thriving child, a tumbling pup, for showing her abundant love unconditionally and silently and without wanting, showing her providence before my feet and the feet of all brothers and sisters. This ornate organism blesses me daily, and in its complex simplicity speaks of the ecstasy of being our bosom in the breath of God. I stand to kneel, and kneel to stand within the tall blades of her grass and speak, "Thank you for myself and for all, for you are an expression of high beauty from the Creator of all creation, and I feel thy love rising up through my feet." What is not profound love? What is not? Nothing. All that is love. I am celebrating, praising, and I am laughing, tumbling. I am praising, rejoicing, and I am praying, coveting. The measurement of our success is our happiness in the knowledge of the profound love. Ours is to rejoice and to celebrate, to sing unbridled and without restraint the joy of the great love. That is the purpose of our solitary free will, to achieve happiness, to avoid the distractions that blind us to the abundance of gifts which surround us. And if this is so, though all that is of profound love, that which spoils and vexes the eternal melody in our hearts must be avoided. To the extent that the child grows to become a woman or a man, we must cherish one another as extensions of God, as intimate mates of the same making, as drops of the same blue wine. But to the extent that another exercises his or her free will to follow the distractions from God, and thus become distractions themselves, we must exercise our own free will and avoid those who might steal joy. It is not to say that we are not cognizant of their presence and would allow ourselves to not be alert enough to extend a loving hand to the sincere one who loves in return and who would help himself if able. We cannot forsake our peers, but we are obliged to practice judgment insofar as we must avoid the vexing behavior of ones who reject joy and who would distract us from the happiness that only relishing the hidden treasure known might bring. We are never to yield to the temptation of poisoning our own joy in the misguided expression of temporal love to those who would rob us of the happiness that we are obliged to seek. This practice is not to be construed as selfishness, for it is not selfishness, but our own obligation to the great God who designed us to bask in the radiance of his being. It is not egoism, but truly a celebration of free will, the free will of both the one who chooses to cherish distraction and the free will of the one who chooses to celebrate the joy of the purest of the purest of the pure. We will all return to before time and fall as individual drops of rain to return to and to become the blue wine. But while hearts beat in our chests, it is ours to know the intimate joy and love of the one love, and to not lose energy nor time turning away from true happiness in the name of human altruism. Do not worry for this. The Lord will not forgive us, because there is nothing to forgive, except amongst us the pursuit of the company of those who perpetrate robbery of our joy and burden the hearts made to be light by the known love of God. Neither the popular religious healers, nor Jesus, nor God actively heal in a healing. The healing that takes place is by virtue of the ill giving their illness to God. Most illnesses come from bad habits and the poor attitudes of worry, fear, anger, grief, and over-trying. Bad habits and attitudes stem from the human condition which fosters our misconceptions of reality, and from our free will that allows us to make poor choices that deprive us of good health and well-being. These habits and attitudes strangle the pathways of the energy that is extended to us from the one God who was before all time, space, and energy. Illness is newly contracted through our attitudes, or through our DNA life streams, or through pathogens, or through accidents, inhibit our awareness of our perfection in reality. When the bad habit is let go, or the anger, fear, worry, grief, or over-effort is dissolved, and the illness is freely given to God, the individual releases the energetic valve that has been shut down, and the body is once again free to conduct its energy as it was designed within the idea of God before time. The healing is not the hand of God, the touch of the preacher, nor the act of Jesus, but the relinquishing of the malignant habit or attitude that occurs when the human dwells upon the source of all love, the great God. The energy upon which we draw from conception to death, the energy from foods, the air we breathe, the sun, the physical contact with the earth, human touch, and all the other intrinsic and yet unknown energies are all designed as fuel for the body that houses and gives definition to the spirit. It is in the profound design of our bodies that such delicately conducted energies be uninhibited and free to flow in us through our innocence and acknowledgement of the one love. Thus, laying of hands, although helpful in promoting the flow of energy, can only help us for as long as the malignant attitudes and habits remain absent and are unable to restrict the channels of the manifested energies of God's love. So, the thanks due the preacher is for his or her ability to inspire in the breast of the afflicted a great love for the all-loving, profound love, and the afflicted's letting go of ill attitudes and habits and the relinquishing of the dis-ease to God. For this even a charlatan should be praised, but for nothing more. The great God never heals, for the great God gave to us what is perfect. It is through our free will, our attitudes and habits, and humankind's accumulated medical knowledge that we heal ourselves. Thus, the proper praise to God is not for the now and then, or for the seeming wonder of the miracle of restored well-being. The praise is for always, without pause, before the beginning and long after the end of the illness, a perpetual celebration of gratitude and joy for the profound love by which we were made and from which we came and to which we will return to be loved once again. What is not made beautiful is still beautiful. What has been left unhealed is still of perfection. I am singing, understanding, and I am celebrating, living. I am contemplating, admiring, and I am wondering, loving. The great God has placed us low within his heavens until we rest upon the earth and high upon this world, until our faces protrude into the heavens once again. He has surrounded us in his generosity with his profound love and objects too numerous to number in order that we might exercise and display our affection. And the lowly earth loves us. It nourishes and supports us. It flourishes for us. It wants us. It exposes us and decomposes us so that it may swallow our substance and recycle us in its random wisdom and beauty. But most of all, it loves and desires us as if we were its own children. And the heavens, they too long for us. They caress us in our movements. The intangible beckons our imagination, the ethereal our wisdom. It teases us with dreams of the distant familiar, the remotely remembered. It wants us to forget what we know and to know what we forget. It does not want decomposition in its selfish loving hunger, but recomposition as canvas crying for the touch of paint. The earth wants us buried. The heaven wants us ascended. The earth fancies she is our bed and prays us sleep. The heaven is a great sea and wants us to sail. And in between the heaven and the earth stands the human, childlike, careless, clumsy, and gay, predestined to know two happinesses and blessed if he achieves a third. The first happiness is predestined and lies in the sleeping conscience of the infant. The second happiness is predestined and lies in the end, when the spirit takes leave of its body and departs on its journey back to before time, without bold definition and of lesser separation again. Of these two happinesses, the celebrated human is unaware. For the first is while his mind sleeps within his body, and the other is when his flesh is forsaken and he roams formless unto the beginning. The third happiness, if one is so blessed to own it, is the only one known in the lifetime upon earth. It is the happiness of collecting both from the heaven and from the earth the irrepressible joy of God's love, and laying with the knowledge of this gift within his breast while looking up at the stars of heaven. Blessed is he who knows the third happiness during his brief stay here, for he is both humbled and exalted, both high in the heavens and low in the earth, by the Maker of all such things. All that is profound. All that is love. This stick that stands upon the earth to glimpse at heaven is but a ghost weeping at beauty. I am loving, praying, and I am standing, weeping. I am thinking, praying, and I am quieting, delving. What difference behavior? What difference noble human conduct or roguish acting out if we live within the bosom of the great God, if we are the breath within the breath of breath? What of our individual dialogue with our history and with all of humanity and time? We are all of the same substance that was before the beginning. We have all been created, defined, with measures of separation equal in body. We will all, guilty or guiltless in man's view, travel in retro to the threshold of the exhale, crossing from being known objects of love to becoming love itself, crossing back to when the experience of God was not yet, for he was idea before word, and we each dwelt within him as idea, undefined, unseparated. Whether we murder or make the sign of the cross, what difference? For we all shall ultimately gain the same reward. Such is the munificence of the one love. What difference humming or singing a song when the song is in the heart? Manifest joy is the difference. It is true that it matters not the trivial matter of our behavior in the great scheme of things. We were designed, breathed out, to know of the hidden treasure who desired to be known. And having come from glory to act upon a stage, we shall each return to glory, regardless of how well we played our part. But the stay on the earth was designed for celebration, for joy, for happiness that cannot be achieved if not in pursuit of noble behavior. For the body, finely honed, is held together by streams of God's own energy, and it is the condition of these golden strings that most greatly influence our well-being. The next greatest influence on us is from the chaos of nature, so finely crafted in time. There is no celestial consequence to bad behavior in the longest run, but on the temporal plane, the acting of love in the pursuit of knowing love expressed frees the energy streams in us, the energy streams of which we are intrinsically made for the purpose of humming the tunes of health and the melodies of well-being without the interruptions introduced by worry and anger and fear and grief and pretense. Good health on earth is the root of experiencing the celebration of the body as created for the challenge of discovering the hidden treasure. This is one cause for noble behavior, because if we are to attempt optimum happiness upon this beautiful planet, good health is a keystone. However, even the noblest of humans suffer illness, incapacity, death, regardless of the most honorable behavior, because in all things made, individual and systemic, the profoundly created seek survival, and all things, in the chaos of nature, find in their own nature chaos introduced by competing organisms in the ecosystems of being. Thus, the murderer as well as the saint are at odds with nature in the sense of a disease introduced exogenously by virus, bacteria, etc. However, the rogue cannot celebrate the disease, while the saint can, because the saint's joy of being, his sense of context within the realm of profound love, finds that his joy of heart supersedes the displeasure of the infirmities of the passing body. If happiness is the end which we each wish to know in our heart, the person of honorable behavior shall never be robbed of the corporeal experience of each rich breath that he brings to his lungs, while the one of ignoble behavior will only realize a passing and precarious happiness drawn from experiences that dress worry, fear, anger, grief, and pretense in temporary, misinterpreted pleasures. Upon this earth, our time is known, measured by a clock, counted, divided, anticipated, endured, because in our flesh, existence is an awareness of being that weighs on our minds like gravity upon all earthly objects. Time is inescapable as one endures and sings of his most graphic definition. And it is the most graphic definition that most separates us from our origin before time and all physical laws. We are given no knowledge of laws of anything tangible in memory. All that we think we know is contained within the experience of our senses, and it is in this sculpted being that the great God takes his greatest pleasure of being sought and found, even unto an individual forsaking his own humanity in the name of love for his fellow creations. Thus, Jesus was most greatly rewarded in this life for his pursuit of the honorable, his intense expression of love for his brothers, as his response to the discovery of the hidden treasure, thus achieving his exponential expression of himself as a likeness and expression of profound love through his sacrifice. On this Easter, with all of its popular and limited interpretations, his is a great act commemorated. And although in the end Jesus will commingle in the undefined sea of profound love with the thieves with whom he was crucified, his nobility, the honor of Christ's character, was near to profound love expressed in the shared dialogue amongst humanity. What difference behavior in the long scheme of things, in the context of the profound love of the purest, of the purest, of the pure? None. But in the temporal society, within the interior of the flesh, behavior will determine the quantity and the quality of the uninterrupted joy one will experience while one dances upon the surface of this blue marble. In love, on earth, one's behavior is the invisible chain that rattles around one, and our collective behavior is the invisible chain that rattles around all of us as one. For the sake of creation and the celebrity of human ecstasy, let the chains be golden and bejeweled, for the gold is found in the unbroken strings of God in our individual energies, and the jewels in the experience of suffering as joy. I am seeing, watching, and I am lauding, weeping. Life, death, it is all but life, profound love made. We simply find ourselves flesh adorned in this vast room furnitured by everything we might ever need to decorate our lives. It is a great chamber without divine manipulation, a life without temporal or eternal punishment, a life unparented by God. We and life are profound love made, and we dignify our bodies by our behavior that is chosen out of adoration for the great Creator and not out of fear for consequences or greed for rewards. Dignified behavior is not good behavior, nor is it emulation of God's code. It is only admiration and gratitude for His work and for our presence in time. We should not choose a conventional code outer-driven, but instead choose an inner-driven path, inner-driven by emotive sentiment spawned by our love for the great love and the free-flowing dynamic of the tacit as well as intellectually experienced connection. So, without trouble for judicial consequence, we should act according to how much we love the life we live and how much we live the life we love. For all that is profound love, uncontroversial, interpenetrating, absent of fear and greed, devoid of superstition. Soon all ghosts will drown in blue wine and all things will be made clear. Not because in death we will find all the answers, but because in death no questions will matter. For we will eventually no longer be objects of love, but we will be profound love itself once again. And knowledge will not be inventoried, for we shall be the essence of knowledge, and knowledge does not seek itself. I am praying, loving, and I am praising, seeing. I do not know how to express myself to the face of love. Magnificent feelings mix with frail humility, and I am left kneeling in awe of the one love. How am I, nothing, permitted such a view in the common moments of a lifetime? How am I so loved as to be touched by the unseen hand and welcome unto love's bosom? I know not the reason. I know not the cause. But I am elated, shouting up into the heavens and unto my own heavens within, that I am the servant richer than a king, and I am humbled beneath the lowest weed in the garden of love. There are no miracles, no circumstances in which the play of God's hand is felt in extraordinary ways. There are only micro-extraordinary circumstances in the extraordinary miracle of being a life in time. The hands of God created creation with all its elements, and each that is the miracle, not the events that come to play. Random occurrences that appear miraculous as if an unseen force determined to act are but occurrences that defy human explanation, because the humans lack the insight that would make clear no miracle has occurred. The presumptions of miracles only fail to embrace the marvel of the profound love in His true workings. Consider that the art of the flower is wholly contained in the seed. If the rains come and wash away all but a few of the flowers in the garden, is it a miracle that the few remain? When pestilence devours all but one of the buds in a garden, is it a miracle that the last bud is spared? When the indiscriminate gardener comes with his machine, destroying all the saplings but a few, is it a miracle that the few are not leveled? the miracle is not in the lengthening of a life or of health in contrast to the shortening of other life and health in random events. The miracle is in the life itself, and that it came to be to begin with. The miracle is the seed, the being in time, not the favorable or unfavorable circumstances of that being. For if it is the generous hand of God manifesting a miracle in the flowers that remained, then the miraculous God is a reciprocally cruel God for denying the sparing of those ill-fated flowers. This cannot be true, because generosity and cruelty, conflict and peace, are contradictory attributes, confounding and confusing, and there can be no controversy if God is profound love, and the profound love is known and understood. When the natural disaster occurs and destroys all the people but a few, is this a miracle? When the microbiotic disease comes and wipes out the majority of humans in an area, is it a miracle that the remaining have been spared? When the train jumps its tracks, killing all but a handful of its passengers, is it a miracle that the handful live? No. Like the flowers, the miracle is not in the survival statistic. The miracle is in the beings of those lives in time to begin with. God's hand does not rest placidly, first crushing many, then saving a few. Too great is the one love to act in such a wicked way. The miracle is in the creation, in the life, in the living and after. The loving God is not at once a contradiction, caring, then calloused, creating, then destroying, giving, then depriving, tending, then ignoring, loving, then crushing. A controversial God is an oxymoron. To those who know God and understand God, God imbues peace and contentment, and they cannot be vexed or disturbed, unlike those who only believe in God. Knowledge and understanding are God's gifts to us to discover the hidden treasure. Hope and believing alone leave us open to confusion and contention, disappointment and insecurity, and crises in faith. Love does not promote itself through fear or greed. Love does not demand quaking, does not tantalize, does not torment us with confusion and contention. We are His extension. We are His children. We are of love made. We are by love made. We are for love made. And when we return to the one love, we will again be love itself. We are loved, celebrated, honored, beseeched to discover that which was hidden, the treasure, who created creation, who manifested the miracle of the unmanifested beings who dwelt in the one love in non-existence before time, who made real the yet unreal that was contained in the idea of God. God is God, the one love, the Creator, the purest of the purest of the pure. The idea of miracles for some, but not for all, is an error. The truthfulness in what we believe about God is in whether there is any conflict in God's described character, any unfathomable behavior of the Creator, any controversy arising regarding God's intentions, God's sentiments, God's expectations, God's love. God is always true, His nature always clear and constant. By our use of our gift of intelligence, God wants us to know Him and to understand Him so that we realize the joy of His profound love. It is so that superstitions and misinformation about God are as prevalent today as when man began his quest for answers in the earliest times of civilization. Today, superstition is better dressed, misinformation better packaged, more sophisticated, and more broadly marketed. 800 years ago, the devout believers of Europe built magnificent edifices to God, cathedrals that the people toiled a lifetime to construct, who died before its finish, and whose sons and daughters continued the task, only to die themselves before they saw their fathers' visions realized in the glory of the completed work. Such dedication! Such glory to His name by believers, as if God was known to them and understood. And then, upon completing the glorious edifice, it was ringed by gargoyles, hideous and horrifying, to scare away the evil devils that God could not. Miracles? No. God, profound love, is not whimsical and is never untrue in character. We are the miracles. The Creator of all does not act favorably in one person's behalf and not in another's. The art of the human, the miracle, is that we are. We, solely by our existence, are the miracle, a micro, lifelong miracle, however long or short, healthy or unhealthy the life. The art of the flower is contained in the seed. We are the flowers, and if in one's travail one prays, not out of fear or out of selfish greed, but purely out of adoration for the one love, and if one then becomes well or lives long, it is because that person, in becoming childlike in prayer and behavior, loosed his or herself from their own bondage and freed their body's workings to meet the needs critical to defeat the disease, a disease born in the ever-dynamic chaos of all nature's enduring and pursuit of survival. And if it appears to be a miracle, it is not. It is merely the actualization of the machinations of profound love in the grand miracle of a life. The art of the flower is in the seed. I am profoundly loving, dancing, and I am praising, glorifying. My chest is open, my heart thy fountain. Breathe from me the mist and the sun, for I am not more than moist and light. And rising from my gaping breast is my steam, and my soul and I feel I have lost nothing, but in my vapors gained my love who o'ershadowed me from before time, and gave me substance so that I might dance and love upon the laughing earth. Enough being enough, I have supped fully and drank sufficiently. reveling in the savoring of each breath drawn. In me is no gratitude that I would not service unto God for the pleasure of this life's company and the weakening of my small heart, which the great God has noted, and seen that I have taken notice of his treasure revealed, and that I praise him to the roof of my heavens, that a simple ghost is known. I am being, praising, and I am reveling, adoring. I am glorifying, praying, and I am singing, breathing. A dream last night. How I love thee, I do love thee, beating a drum, filling my lungs. How I love thee, I do love thee, as natural as a boy in knickers singing from his joyful soul, loud and clear, natural and unabashed. How I love thee, I do love thee, and if asked the name of this joyous tune, I would call it Printh. And if asked where I sing this song, I would say, beside my kettle drum in the courtyard of the Church of St. Lycidiademus. And I would say, I am so happy, content, and full, blessed to be and graced to know of God. In our frailty, we claim so many things, even things unpleasant, in order to proclaim our individuality. We claim our illnesses and our unhappiness as human beings, suspecting that misery is ours to care for, ours to wear, feeling naked without pain and suffering of every description on every level of our individuality, spiritual, mental, emotional, physical. We accept these unfortunate misfortunes as punishments in some faiths and as opportunities in others. It is almost as if every cell of ours is programmed to expect ill fates, negative tidings. We are so resigned, so brave, so truly afraid. Open yourself. Open yourself to fully take in the body of the one love, sparing no compartment, no chamber of your being, to the interblending of your essence with the profound love of the one God. Reserve no spaces for selfish flagellation, no room for punishment, no counter for adopting illness, no corner for weakened states. Open yourself without doubt to the wedding of your gifted spirit to the adoration for God for your being. Open yourself, and laid open, press your innermost parts of every dimension against the great love. Leave no territory untouched, no spaces unadorned, no part unrewarded. Press unto the profound love as the blue ocean presses against the great sky. Move as the one love moves. Receive as the one love gives, and give as the one love receives. Know no bounds. Quarter no restrictions. Breathe the breath of God. Fill your lungs with God's exhale and allow God the glory of inhaling your exhale. Move together. Undulate. Catch the rhythm of the most sacred of hearts. Open your bosom to God's bosom. press courageously your exposed heart to God's great heart and know love, the profound love of the purest of the purest of the pure. And when you have opened yourself in this fashion, your heart will pound out the noise as on a great kettle drum, and your being will sing loudly without self-consciousness and with great honor and joy, "How I love thee! I do love thee!" And the song of your being and the noise of your drum will no longer recognize the frailties you once claimed as a rightful human being. And you will no longer need contention and confusion, illness or suffering, to be a child of your ancestors. Instead, claim light and knowledge and understanding as your own as a child of the one God, as a beneficiary, nay, as the extension of the one love who was hidden and who is now known to you, not distantly, not in faith, not in belief, not in custom, not in tradition, and most of all not in fear, but known to you from deep within as if splayed open and exposed to that from which you came, that from which you are an idea, and to that which you will return when your definition fades from flesh to spirit, and even thinner at the threshold, where all separation dissolves, and you return to before time, when you will no longer be an object of love, where you will no longer be loved, but are once again love itself. And I am sure that the last echo that is left to time will be the beating of the kettle drum and the fading, exuberant, childlike refrains, "How we love thee! We do love thee!" as we all grow drunk and sink and fade into blue wine. I am praising, loving, and I am praying, opening. I am reeling, spinning, and I am loving, thinking. All that is love, and there is no hierarchy of reality. There is no substance to the egoistic question of whether God loves the man more than the dog more than the ant more than the grass, or the grass more than the stone more than the air. In one love each is the same, for the nature of God's love is unquantifiable just as the quality of his love is unmeasurable. All that is of one love. All that dwells in reality is of the same substance, the same origin. There is no differentiation amidst creation, between one created thing to the other, when measured in divine substance, as creations born of the original ideas of the purest of the purest of the pure. It is all the same, animate, inanimate. It cannot be said that God loves the human more than the grass, or the compound organism that is a society more than a stone. But it is so that all that is of profound love, and that profound love is all that is, varying only in definition. It is the same that a man cannot love his hand more than his eye, and his eye more than his toe, and his toe more than his arm, for all is of the man, the same substance, the same origin. And yet how infantile the human's depth of comprehension of love and self compared to that of the one God. All that is created, with definition, in quantity, relative quality and usefulness, are all manifestations of the one love that dwelt before time as the idea of God, and is now the idea made manifest in the world. The world, the house of time. Although every object known and unknown and all the spaces that are nothing more than negative objects are equally of love and equally loved, one creation is held in the highest regard, the humans. The humans that can think, be curious, dream, and exercise free will as functions of thought and free deliberations are those creations which God esteems because they are created endowed with the greatest capacity to acknowledge Him, to seek Him, to discover Him, and in so doing demonstrate their adoration and their gratitude through their own experience of joy and their creation of happiness. It would do well for us to know that we are that which gives God the greatest pleasure. The grasses please, the birds please, the quarks please, gamma rays please, all by their existence, though they are dumb to the realized celebration of the great God and able only to behave and be as beautiful as originally conceived, without will, without discerning, without adoring. They please because they are the creation of the mind of God. Different, chaotic, tragic, splendid, and glorious. But we hold His greatest esteem, for our minds are as nimble as our limbs, and our wills as rigid as our bones, and our eyes as big as our thoughts, and our imaginations as powerful as all our muscle combined. We are the grandest celebration, because we need not celebrate if we choose, and because simply being is not enough for our passage, as it is for the vine, or the flower, or the frog. We dance because we choose to dance, while the grass dances involuntarily on the wind. We are surely without estimation in the curious eye of God. We are the pinnacle of why creation was created. We are the only ones on the earth designed to discover the hidden treasure, and to fall down prostrate in humility, and to rise up in exaltation, at once made frail and powerful. And for all our glory as the creation able to discern the created and the Creator, we are not loved more than the wildflower, the star, or the poison, for we are all the same substance, all of the same origin. That we have overestimated our value as measured in our estimates of God's love is the condition, the error, of a society existing in the house of time. It is an illusion, for when we depart to then which was before the house of time built, we will find the dissolution of all substance, stone and spirit, swimming in the same great ocean, neither with definition, both void of separation from the one love, all and each no longer the objects of love, but each and all the one love itself. We share an extraordinary commonality with all that is seen and all that is unseen, and all that is known and all that is unknown in the house of time. That all that is of one love, and immeasurably precious and alike, is the reality of existence. Nothing is that was not created, or was not the natural generation or product of the created. And creation and all that is, was, and shall be created, was held within the uncontained idea of God in non-existence before in the beginning, before time, before physics, space, and energy. If one is sad or reluctant to relinquish one's throne as the most loved of creation, that one mind is still too small, for it can only conceive of relative love, i.e., loves greater and loves smaller, and thus has not glimpsed at nor grasped the notion of profound love. Suffice the ego to know that the human genre is the source of God's greatest joy and greatest pleasure. Let the ego know that he does not love us less, but that he loves all profusely. I am decorating, singing, and I am adoring, praising. I am sitting, adoring, and I am loving, loving. The day is made for frolicking, and the night is made for imagining, and at dusk, when the planet heaves up and then rolls away, and the sun tilts, and the earth slips backward to sink into a shallow pool of blue shadows, one cannot deny God, unless one is blind or will not look, in which case it is all the same to be blind. But for those who tend otherwise, what celestial glory lies in sunset, for everywhere, everything is a pronouncement of profound love. In each chirp of the bird, each buzz of the insect, each croak of the frog, each scent of the jasmine, each touch of the breeze, each breeze of the breath is the banner of love. Each retiring creature, each leaf ready to fall to sleep, each child's laughter that tickles the pine cones, each mother's voice soliciting the child, "Come in," each lover's words that fall into the lawn, each orange blossom petal that floats to the ground is love, profound love. And we, well, we are so insignificant painted upon this canvas, and yet we are so profound. In just being, we open our hand and stretch out our fingers, and sitting in our palm is the heart of God, balanced, magnificent, unpretentious in its magnificence. And we are it, and it is us, and in common we hang between heaven and earth, lingering in the corridor between idling sunlight and anxious moonlight, poised, paused, poignant, pregnant with a beauty yet to be born, and yet a beauty that is all the same. O lingering sun and awaiting moon, how I love thee for being! What simple signal, what somber ceremony that hums the day to night! A more glorious play never was. And the shadowed pool in which the earth sinks grows deeper, and the shadows grow bluer, and the liquid luxury that is dusk becomes blue wine. Oh, how could I thank thee, spirited day into spiritual night, radiant and reverent life, I love thee so. Oh, day into night, how weak I am to love thee so. How weak I am to grow so small, to be so insignificant, to feel so blessed with the experience of breath. I am weak, and I praise God's weak heart, for only a weak heart could love such a small man. And all this because the sun must set and the night must come every day there is time. I am laughing, crying, and I am adoring, breathing. I am thinking, watching, and I am praying, wondering. Without the breath of God, there would be no music. For without His breath, there would be nothing upon which it would travel. The first sound was the sound of God's breath, the great exhale. And I now think that the welling, rushing sound that I have always thought would accompany the end of the end will be the drawing in of His breath. Is it not funny to imagine such things, to draw them from intuition as if somehow writing backwards in a familiar hand? It is strange to be so insignificant and yet realize the grandness of one's presence, the exquisite value of one's being. To think of oneself as a dot, and to know that unto that dot is a universe of a universe created by profound love of the profound, and that that dot is an extension of the same substance, a creation of the same origin, is wondrous, magnificent. It is as if one waits in anticipation to talk with one so dear, to be a part of him again in his heart, and no longer apart. It is this intimacy that makes me sing when in temporal times I might prefer to rail. It is this intimacy that makes me smile and laugh when in this play I might prefer to wail. This patience is not the inward, impatient pawing of the ground. It is actually a twisted bliss, realizing that everything I do matters and yet is insignificant. To be alive is the great paradox, the holy masquerade, the dressed-up cherub playing the role of the important man, believing his part, playing it out as if in a play within a theater in which the play is all that matters, in a theater that when the play is done shall fold like a tent and return to from whence it came, non-existence. Lord, this is the fascinating, reverent riddle in which the answer is discovered only to be asked over and over again, each time revealing, each time a renewed discovery, each time a song instead of a rail, each time a laughter instead of a wail, only to be displaced again by the happenings of the play so that the reverent riddle might be again asked once more. How deliberate the mind of God! How forgetful the mind of man! But still, the celebration goes on, and the play develops, and the joy rings out unto the theater's rafters, the very roof of heaven, resounding, dancing, playing, tripping as music upon the breath of God. And everywhere is this breath, and everywhere is this music in this stunning theater that one day shall be no more. And the sounds of joy will all shrink away into before time within the final utterance of the rushing inhale. The great God will gather himself, all that is created, all that is known, and all that is unknown, unto and within himself, and collapsing all time, space, and energy, become before the beginning, and all that will be the purest of the purest of the pure, the mind of God in the state of idea. Life is a chalice filled with blue wine. I am pleasanting, drinking, and I am embracing, interpenetrating. I am descending, turning, and I am watching, yearning. I am standing on the ramparts of night, keeping watch, gazing, prying at the heavens, pondering the great night, pushing at its deep darkness, praying, reaching, wanting, dreaming, traversing its vast nothingness, seeking its door beyond which shimmers the white light bespeckled with stars that are like diamonds in the snow. O profound love, what a shallow mind I am to stand star-gazing into a motionless night, as if I would make myself even more still as to feel love's vibration at the core of my senses, as if I might hear distant music with my eyes and breathe thy presence with my nostrils. How might I undefine myself to make myself so small that I might crawl inside the one love and snuggle in the bosom of the great God who would hum simple and profound lullabies into my being? I cannot undefine myself. I cannot dismantle and dissolve and become dust scattered unto the unknown where all is known and none are lost. My distinction by my means is not to be undone. It would be presumptuous of the created to uncreate himself in search of greater expression, in search of greater love. It is for the created to be. It is for the created to hunger for more, and thus sharpen one's awareness of the divine being. It is for the created to sense such deep inadequacy of expression that his mind and his heart, which epitomize his being, become acute and intensely aware of the hidden treasure, who derives joy in the discovery and the anguish, the longing and the weakness of the created that loves so. If my ineptness and my pen's bumbling expression are prized by the great God in the ghost struggle, how could I ever deny my love such love? I cannot. I could not. And thus I prize the definition that irks my soul. I prize my grand and bungling bulk in its inability to be infinitesimal and to be scattered. I prize my numbness and my pen's dumbness. If it is that as an oath I can best declare my love and thus give joy to the one love, then I should be content to lumber an eternity in the dark night, stumbling on its celestial ramparts, confounded by the bright ornaments that hang in the sky, never feeling the stars' light nor the diamonds in the melted snow beneath my feet. Hail the man! Praise the flesh and celebrate all such earthly limitations, for the Great One is known, his treasure uncovered, his riches shown, and his splendor admired. There will be time enough for selfish revelry, for absorbing, for consuming love, when we cross the threshold of the exhale and interpenetrate with the great love itself, outside of time, before space, devoid of law and limitation. O great God, pity me as a haughty man might a beggar, that I may be so humbled in existence that I am exalted in thy heart, and thus in my own being. I pray for such profound insignificance that thy being might be ever so defined as to declare to all creation that indeed the hidden treasure is known. O great and inexorable night, I stand within thee, and yet thou art always beyond my fingertips, twinkling, promising comfort, entreating the earthbound to desire flight, shining thy heavenly lights as promise that there is a far side to the night that glows in a champagne light, beyond the white where the stars sink into the melted snowy heavens and transform into a blue ocean of blue wine, and the sunken stars like diamonds sparkle beyond definition in the unity of the one love, undefined and unbound in the non-existence of a dimension unknown from which we were all conceived, projected, and separated to experience this earthly wilderness that fills us with joy and exaltation in honor of the one love. Oh, how I love being, and in the confusion of purpose, oh, how I shall struggle in my end to stay another hour, another day, for in my existence seems to lie my greatest expression of love. I praise the great love for such an honor. That the ghost is known makes me weak, and in the weakness love is all the more known. I am exalting, gazing, and I am dreaming, praising. I am breathing, loving, and I am adoring, wondering. How, when I think of thee, can I tell my heart of thy heart? How can I tell my heart? For thy heart is so great and pure, and my heart so small and shallow, that surely a jealousy will arise. For if I tell my heart of thee, my meager heart will surely know that though I so love I am, I love thee even more. And if I declare this love, where shall I hold it within me to conceal it from my heart? In what vessel? What organ shall I contain this love? For my heart will surely find it and cry foul that I love thee more than me. But most of all, when I think of thee, how can I tell thee what lives within me for thee, if my heart is jealous? If I abandon caution, and from the ramparts of night whisper, I love thee, how many times will the words bathe your face before the end of time, and thus before the beginning of time? And if I shout, love, to the heavens, how long before the echoes reach the heart of matter and travel back to me? Perhaps an instant. Perhaps not until we trespass the beginning of time and return to before the laws into the idea of love. And whether I whisper secretly or shout, my heart of hearts will surely know that I love thee more than me. And if it knows, for a moment it shall be still in its confusion. It will be a pause of collection that will unbeat in utter silence, as if hidden within a great vault, beneath a great garden, and then a moment or an eternity later, the sun will rise on the great garden, and the vault will burst, and everywhere in creation will be rejoicing, for my heart will then know why it exists, and know its purpose, and it will fill beyond its definition with great love for thee, which is my love. Do not be shy, I say to my being, for when I think of thee, I cannot hold back, I love thee so. My meager heart shall come to know its purpose, and my meager heart shall beat unabashedly within thy great heart. And while I stand upon the ramparts of night whispering, I love you, my heart will beat within me in its rapture, sending to thee its special love sound that shall sparkle in thy being with the tenderness of a small bird nibbling at thy ear. It is no secret to my heart. I love thee more than me. We are shouting, rejoicing, and I am receiving, adoring. I am realizing, breathing, and I am belonging, adoring. I am loving thee, O Lord, freely and without expectation of gain or fear of loss. For if I worship or do not worship, take or do not take, give or do not give, it does not matter in the end. In the end, which is the beginning, and the end of the end, which is before the beginning, it is all the same. This splendored spectre, this I am in fleshly costume, is but a captain of a very small boat that sails a great ocean. And the nature of the sun will take me up like water, and wring me out, and rain me down upon the sea, and in that day I shall be the ocean. I now vividly realize I have an origin that speaks of mystery, but that I have no master. I have a piercing, penetrating love whom I choose to glorify, but I have no ruler. I have a destiny that moves like a rivulet to the river, and the river to the sea, but I have no commander. I have a grace which is extended from non-existence before time, from the One Gracious, and I carry this grace within every cell of my being, and wear it closer than my bone, but I have no chief. I have a benefactor that I choose to adore as the earth adores the sun, but I have no oppressor. I have a spirit that wags my vocal cords and sings of the joy of identity, but I have no dictator. I have a creator of whom I am made and of whom I am a part, but I have no martinet. I have a love more ardent than my love of self, and it is for this love for which I choose to breathe and no other, but I have no tyrant. I am. I live. I breathe. I sing, I exalt, I laugh, I weep, I revel, I celebrate in this time before the end of time, before the beginning of time, but I have no king. I am a poignant and insignificant and profound part of the greater, but I have no master. For what I give freely, without expectation and without dread, and with no intent save to exalt and to glorify that to which my heart cannot deny the smallest reserve of expression. No, I have no master, except those lesser things that distract from total and unselfish adoration of the Creator of all that is known and all that is unknown. To love is to be moved without calculation or motive in celebration of the being of an idea manifest. To love the purest of the purest of the pure is not under command or responsibility, but in a method that could not be restrained by reason nor contained in sentiment. It is a love that leaps to the heavens as the lungs seek the air. It was never a master we were given. It was free will and an intelligence we were granted as to no other known living thing. The two precious prizes with which we were designed to discover the hidden treasure, and then to exercise our will to fill our being with the pleasure of being an extension of the origin, a manifestation of the profound and glorious one love, a defined and identified aspect of the great God. Upon discovering the one love, we discover ourselves. And upon discovering ourselves, we discover the one love. The love of self flourishes within the one love. I have no master. I have free will. I am the captain of a frail vessel which chooses willfully to honor and to exalt the known one love, for no reason than to simply realize the total pleasure of being as a glorifying adorant of the idea of God, who resided originally in non-existence, never born, but realized by zero, from which all creation has come to know one and all the machinations of nature beautifully conducted. How I do love thee! Within the construct of being, sharing the breath of the Creator since the threshold of the exhale, when all physics, time, space, energy became, and sharing that breath as a separated manifestation of the one love only to discover the hidden treasure, is to know a freedom that cannot be conjured or developed from any other idea. The extent of freedom in being masterless, and discovering an interpenetrating love with the one love, is an immeasurable, undefinable privilege of being created to wear the flesh. I render all that I have been blessed with, all that I am, as the worthiest, unworthy gift to the Great One who is all that is. There is nothing that is or is not that did not come from the one love. Neither the most minuscule nor the monolithic, neither the most insignificant nor the most profound. And I, this small man, this insignificant flesh I am humbled and exalted to be, just to be. With every aspect of my weak heart, I praise thee, and I thank thee for giving me animation and definition and separation, through which I have had a life to discover your wonderment. I will love thee with all that I am, until I have worn thin my definition, and lay down this miraculous cloak to know thee better as I journey to the threshold. Beyond the darkness of the farthest heavens, to the white light, where the stars shine like diamonds in the snow. Then beyond, and I trust past time to no longer be a celebrated object of thy love, but to be thy love itself once again, before time. And now, there is nothing more for me than to laugh and sing and weep in the joy of knowing that that which was once hidden is now known, and to celebrate being as the greatest of gifts of the one love. The ghost is known, and now must forever swim in blue wine. Oh, how I do love thee. I am laughing, swimming. I am breathing, adoring.